Hello everybody, welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. Tonight we are playing a one-shot. Why is this? Oh, I'm going to have to fix this in a second. Sorry. As you can tell, I'm very new to doing all of this OBS bananas. But we are going to be playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition tonight in a setting that is a fantasy western, as a homebrew world that I created called Caldera. I think I know what I did. Hang on. So did that do it? It's Jake, everybody. God, I have no idea what I'm doing. To gallery. Speaker view. Oh, gallery. Did that fix it? Cool. Me too, man. I think we all do. Okay, so, yes, Caldera. Tonight, I'm going to be running a holiday horror-themed game set in this world, and it's going to be bloody and disgusting and cruel. So if that's the kind of thing that bothers you, as well as bad language, then exit. Because this game is not for children. Most especially this game. I say that before all of my games, but this time I really mean it. Don't be here. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to my players so that they can do their introductions and all of that jazz, and then we will go ahead and get started. So, first up, let's go with Megan. Absolutely. Hopefully it is spooky. Goodness. We'll see. All right. Next up, we have Jake. Y'all's audio is dead. Okay. Hang on just a second. Thank you for doing that. Okay, so I think that has to be set to meter. Okay. Ouch. Okay, now okay, it looks like I'm getting noise from you guys now. Audience.
You can see us on the voice meter or the meter on the audio.
Yes. Yeah, it's a little loud. I'm gonna turn you guys down.
I think we're about 30 seconds behind on the stream.
Okay. God, who put this guy in charge? Hopefully you guys.
Yep, I just heard my voice.
Well.
All right, you did it, Jeremy.
Yay. All right. So, Megan, would you please reintroduce yourself? Because none of the people heard your very lovely introduction. It was the most perfect introduction ever. I'm pretty sure she might win an award.
Word for word.
But, yeah, we'll see if the repeat performance is as good.
Well, this introduction will just be a tribute. So, hi, everyone. I'm Megan, and I'm going to be playing Ernesto Nante de Torres, and I am so excited to be here and playing some spooky, Christmassy goodness. So thank you so much for having me.
All right, was I supposed to go next? Oh.
Jake, why don't you go ahead?
I just
Good
looked
God.
up and I just saw you nodding expectantly. All right. Hey, internets, it's me, Jake, from Mini Terrain Domain, and I am going to be playing Geraldine Buchanan, who is a human paladin, and she is loyal to the badge. She is the local law enforcement, and there's a certain way things got to be done, and she's going to make sure they're done that way. And she takes her job very seriously. And I'm looking forward to dying at the hands of Jeremy. Or possibly one of these fine folks.
Anything is possible. Anything's possible. All right, next in line, waiting to possibly die by my hands, Jason.
Always waiting. Hello, I am Jason Osorio from the folks over at Flipping the Table, as well as Concepts and Characters, my YouTube channel. And tonight I will be playing the High Elf Monk that I've sort of reflavored as a bit more of a wrestler type. His name is Finubar the Firebird Aramis, and he is actually a Sun Soul monk. But I've talked to Jeremy about this, and so he's more effectively been bound to a sort of Dorathian fire spirit, which grants him these abilities. I'm very excited to play, and very excited that I took the lucky feat, so I can make Jeremy just re-roll and re-roll and re-roll. Re-roll, Jeremy.
I look forward to rolling lots and lots and lots of dice tonight. All right, next up we have Barker.
Hey guys, I would like to dedicate this introduction to Megan's first introduction, which we will never hear again, sadly. So this is for you. My name is Barker. I mean, I can't say this is for you and not take a drink of Powerade, right? That's the rule. Them's the rules. My name is Barker. I'm part of Absolute Tabletop, and I hope to see all of you in the Absolute Tabletop official group. I'm really happy to be playing in this family-friendly, Christmas holiday-oriented game. I'm really pumped about it. I got all dressed up for it, and I'm really excited to have like some sort of bubbly holiday fun and maybe get eviscerated. You can follow me on Twitter at InspireTheBarks, and thanks for inviting me to this game. I'm really excited. I've been excited for like a month and a half.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a lead up to this game, but I appreciate that all of you were very, very patient with my pestering, and hopefully it'll be worth the wait. So, last but certainly not least, we have Karen.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I'm going to be playing Salida de Torres, Ernesto's older sister. Very important, older. And I am looking very, very much forward to this gore fest that we are about to ensue upon. And yeah, let's get to it.
Okay. So, obviously the reason that this game is horror themed is because today is Friday the 13th. So happy Friday the 13th and a Merry Christmas, happy holidays, etc. to everybody that's out there. And yeah, I hope you wore your red shirt. Okay. Let's do some art. The lands of the Caldera Territory were just as beautiful as they were deadly. This frontier would chew you up and spit you out before you even realized you were in danger. The twilight of midwinter lent its blue glow to the snow-covered town of Crystal Lake, some 100 miles east of Windy Peak. The scant few hours of daylight here beyond the northern rim barely gave time to get anything done in the out-of-doors. But, with just a week before the celebration of Lose-Tide began, preparations had to get done, one way or another. Now, the majority of the town's population has already departed until spring, leaving only about 50 souls here. The only warmth to be found outside is in the flickering light of the candles burning in the windows of homes that aren't boarded up. This holiday tradition indicates that the home is open to any poor soul who may be stuck out in the long, harsh winter night. Your group are finished with your preparations to make the last run out of this remote town before the pass closes for the winter. The wagon train leaves at first light to capitalize on the mere 5 hours of daylight that you'll have to travel by. The Butcher's Block Saloon is where most everyone gathers in the evenings now, to take a hot supper and some company. As the loose-dyed decorations are being hung with care, where are each of you situated within the saloon, and what are you up to?
Coriander's fingers dribble along a piano, somewhat detuned, trying to provide some sort of comfort to the others here, to themselves, until they hit a high note. Ping! Ping, ping! A dead note. Some eyes kind of fix themselves on Coriander as Coriander lifts up the back of the piano to see what's blocking this note. This is Coriander's first time in the Butcher's Block. This is not their favorite tavern. Is there something there that's blocking the hammer on this piano, or is it just in need of repairs?
No, there's absolutely something blocking it. Jason, what is that?
I imagine just because of the name of the tavern itself, there's like this like half gnawed like just chunk of bone or something like that, maybe from like a haunch of lamb or something, just like a little shard of it, nothing too big, but it's got a little bit of gristle on it. I imagine maybe even Finnebard, after one of his many fist fights with some of the locals, just eating, got drunk and careless, just maybe tossed some refuse in there, and that's what's blocking the hammer in this case.
You see Coriander look around and then slowly shut the back of the piano and turn away from it, looking to the other patrons in the saloon and thinking about something else. Just maybe they're a little bit distant.
I imagine kind of hearing that sour high note, Finn, who's at the bar with a couple of empty glasses in front of him, kind of looks towards Coriander and just says, "Yeah, that damn thing doesn't work. Don't try with them high notes. You're wasting your time." And he's going to kind of lean forward, this kind of tall, pale-skinned, lanky high elf, covered in tattoos, with the most prominent being this very ornate reddish-orange firebird tattoo across his chest. And he'll kind of tap a knuckle on the bar. "Another one for me, barkeep. We got, a little more time before we got to get out of this place. Gonna be sad to see the back end of the old Butcher Block. But another one, come on." And he'll wait for a drink. "I'm an elf. I got a high tolerance. Come on, another one." "Yeah, that's true." "A gulp. That is highway robbery." And he'll reach into one of the pouches hanging from his belt. He's very simply dressed despite the cold winter air. Probably has like a heavy woolen cloak over his shoulders. But he pulls out a gold piece. He bites it just to show, yeah, it's real. And then he puts it on the counter. "There you go, you damn scalper." And he'll take the drink. "Maybe I will." And he's just going to grab the bottle and uncork it, but he's not going anywhere. He loves this place. That's true.
I think that Ernesto has just brought back kind of... he gives Finn kind of like this weird look as you see him approach the bar, but you can't see his eyes very much because Ernesto is wearing this very high-necked coat with this hat that dips far below his brow as he gets from the barkeep these 2 steaming hot mugs of some sort of cider and bring them back to where Salida is sitting.
And she's probably sitting at a table close to the fire. And beside her on either side are 2, I would say pretty well kept up loot cases, just leaning against the wall. One slightly bigger than the other one. This leader herself has also got a low-brimmed hat, kind of hiding her face. You can see her long brown braid coming down from the back of her head down across her shoulder. And as Ernesto approaches, she kind of sits up a little bit, removes the foot that was on the chair, and kind of sits up and reaches for the steaming mug. Thank you, Ernesto. Getting mighty thirsty back here.
Hopefully this will keep you warmer than the ale.
Hopefully it tastes better too.
I wouldn't bet too much on it. He just kind of says as he sits down. And when he sits down, you see he just kind of like envelops into himself. So much so that you almost can't see that he's even there or was there.
It's a small crowd tonight. It's like most buddy ever's, but can't talk either. Too much ale. Seems like most everybody's gone already.
That man tickling the ivories over there, he was pretty decent. Give him that.
Probably better if the piano was better.
The door to the saloon comes banging open, and a gust of wind and snow comes swirling in as Geraldine Buchanan steps in, spurs jangling. She wears a long duster, heavy leather pants and shirt and vest. Just a hint of extra padding peeking out from underneath. She's 6 foot tall and looks like she was in her heyday probably a little more on the muscular side. She's a bit on the softer side these days, but she moves with a quickness. She's got her hat on. She wears a pair of calfskin gloves. Steps in. I see an awful lot of bodies down in here, and I ain't entirely certain that all your wagons and belongings are secure. Everything's hitched up, everything's packed up, everything's ready to go. Finn, I'm not gonna have any problems with you having horses come unhitched again tomorrow, am I?
Now, you hold on just 1 minute, Miss Geraldine. That was entirely the fault of that young stable hand who was not paying attention. That had nothing to do with me. And may I say, the flush in your cheeks, the snow in your hair, you are looking fantastical this evening. Would you like to join me? And he'll hold up a bottle. It's probably like half empty by this point.
Whoever you hire, Finn, is your responsibility. Same goes for all y'all.
That boy wouldn't know the front end of the horse from the back end of the damn horse. Come on, drink.
And it was your own damn problem for hiring them. You need to find somebody that knows what a horse is if they're going to be hitching them up. All I'm saying is, I do not want us getting held up because of your hand. De Torres. You ready?
Very ready. Everything's all packed and ready to go.
Ernesto just looks up, and for a moment you see the flash of his eyes, which are very white, almost as if he doesn't have any irises at all. They're just like these faint outlines, and his eyes just kind of flash just for an instant as he nods.
Turning to Salida. You better make sure he keeps that, let's just say he keeps that spark to himself. Don't need any trouble on this trip. We don't need any wild flashes of anything that's going to draw any unwanted attention from wildlife or anything else.
Geraldine, darling, it's not our first rodeo. Ernesto knows how to keep it quiet.
And I mean, can you blame the man for wanting your attention, Miss Geraldine? Come on now. Statuesque beauty like yourself, gotta cut him some slack with the magic-y stuff.
Finn?
Yes, ma'am.
You keep laying it on like you're laying it on, and one of these cold nights, I just might take you up on your advances. Be warned.
Spirits blessed that it be so, ma'am. Spirits blessed that it be so.
Walk over to the piano, sort of lean against the side and just put one hand down and just give that that last high note a couple tick 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 tick. Well, hopefully, Coriander, you'll be able to get yourself something where all the ivories work when we get where we're going.
Oh, trust me, wherever I go, none of the ivories always work. It seems that he doesn't, or they don't look you in the eyes while they're actually looking where Finubar pulled that gold coin out of. Someone so willing to part with a gold coin for a single drink probably has more elsewhere. Do you play a tune yourself?
I ain't never had much occasion for singing or playing the music. It was my hands were best used for other things, and for just a moment my hand almost unconsciously drifts over to the handle of my revolver. But I've got people like you and the Torres over there providing the music. Finnabar practically singing a song, always talking over there.
That is accurate.
I'll just sit back here and listen. All right, Finn, you're going to get one rare occasion here. I'm going to join you for one drink since we're hitting the road. I'm going to walk over to the bar, just glancing at the bartender without saying a word. Just hesitate for a moment as I put my hand on a glass, just looking for acknowledgement from him.
Yes, Ms. Buchanan. How may I help you?
Just need the glass. Finn's got the bottle. I trust he paid for it already.
Absolutely.
In a sense, yes. He kind of
Trust
reaches
he paid
under.
a fair cost for it.
Fair cost.
Well, he's damn near drinking me out of this establishment, to tell you the truth. So I had to
I
up
got
my
a
charges.
mighty thirst.
Now look at it
Gold
this way.
piece?
The more Finn drinks, the less you got to haul.
This is true. You're welcome.
He finishes polishing out the glass and then hands it to you.
And Finn will fill it up to the brim with whatever is in there. I imagine some kind of whiskey or something like that. He'll set the bottle down. So, you thinking we're going to be leaving soon there, Miss Buchanan? It's getting awful cold out there.
Well, y'all put in a pretty good day getting everything set up, and we're fixing to deal with the coming of the long night. And I know I'm telling you all stuff you already know, but
Absolutely.
we got a last little sliver of light coming. It's we're gonna make the best we can of it. Now, Jeremy, is the plan that we are leaving tonight or in the morning?
So the plan is for the rest of the populace that's actually leaving to leave at first light in the morning.
All right. So, I've already finished my rounds, checking to make sure everybody else got their belongings packed up and got them rounded up, got their wagons lined up already. When first light comes, we're going to line up, and we'll take the lead, and we'll get on out of this place.
Sounds good to me. If you'd like, me and Horse will take point, since, I can move a bit faster than most. In fact, I could probably run faster than Horse, but,
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I'm in the middle. Who the hell are... He kind of looks to whoever is talking right now.
You see just kind of standing out of, arm's reach, probably a distance she felt was polite. You see the local officer who runs the... oh, damn it, I just lost the word. Telesending line. Long-distance magic tends to fail here in the Caldera, so they have to use these arcane lines that stretch from town to town, run usually along with the railroad. And they are able to send messages up and down these lines using magic. And she is an elf that studied magic back east and has come out here to operate such a place here in Crystal Lake. Her name is Laura Gallaret. She's kind of a bookish, very, very thin, wears glasses, very mouse-like. And she's standing just out of arm's reach. And she's looking at you, Geraldine. And you can see, clutched in her hands, she has this tin star. I was wondering if you could... and she kind of just points to the tree that's in the corner that's been decorated. You're very... well, you have a human stature. Could you put this on top of the tree for me, please?
I'd be honored to do that for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it's all right to call somebody tall if they're tall. Call them as you see them. And I'll hold my hand out, and let her place the star in my hand rather than take it from her.
At first, she almost looks like she's going to reach to shake your hand, and then realizes, oh, of course, sorry. Yes, here. She hands you the 10 star.
Yeah, and I'll walk across and it's probably not handled with necessarily the same delicate nature that Miss Laura would give it if she did it herself. It's more of a matter of fact. She wanted the star on top of the tree, and I'm putting it on top of the tree. But I'll hesitate and look back at her. Is that what you wanted, Miss Laura?
Yes, if you could... I'm so sorry. If you could just a little to the left.
All right, like this.
Oh, that's just a little too much.
You do realize that in the morning nobody's going to be here to see this tree, so why the song and dance, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm going to be here. Even if
You're
the
gonna stay in
telesending
here?
office... Of course. Even if the telesending office isn't working, the lines went down. But even if it's not working, I don't have anywhere else to go, so I'm going to stay here.
Well, I think the star looks just fine where Geraldine had it before.
Hold on a second, Miss Laura. Did you say the telesending lines went down?
Yes. Annoyingly.
How long ago?
Yesterday in the evening, at some point.
Yesterday.
Figured it's
in
probably the
evening.
weather. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I'm just now hearing about it now. Did you get out the missives that we were heading out tomorrow?
Of course I did. Yes, I took care of that earlier in the day, in the afternoon. Yes.
All right, well, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm still not in favor of you staying here.
I'm hardly the only one. It will be fine. And thank you for the star. I appreciate that. Thank you. Pardon me for interrupting your conversation. And she kind of like curtsies and backs away.
Yeah, no problem. Shit. Come on back, Geraldine. Let's finish up this bottle at least.
All right. And probably gonna continue drinking at about a third of the pace at which you're drinking.
Sounds legit. He doesn't care. He's gonna keep drinking.
Yeah, Geraldine's the kind of person, if you pour her a shot, she sips it.
I think at this point too, if there's a general lull, Ernesto would look over to Salida and down at the two loots that kind of remain placed there, and he would take one out and he would walk over to Coriander. You play very well. Would you care to accompany us?
Coriander looks very surprised at the notion. Has Coriander ever seen or heard you two play?
I think so. If you had been here for a few days, then yes, I think that we would have frequented. You would know that Salida is definitely is better than Ernesto. He plays more of a harmony to Salida's melody.
Well, this is a very nice surprise. I would be honored. You have not heard me play, though. Just this broken piano.
You have made this broken piano sing. I think we would accompany each other quite well.
Well, at the very least, the music will keep our minds off the cold.
Ernesto nods. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Nope. Coriander grabs their case. It's a big, like, kind of duffel, and on the other side there's a what looks like a fiddle case, and they pick that up and move towards where you both are seated.
So I imagine the three of you kind of get set, and get your instruments ready, and tune a little, rosin up your bow, and just as you're about to like strike the first note, you hear this ching 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 ching. You hear sleigh bells ring out. They're approaching.
Ain't nobody should be moving around after we got them all lined up.
I was just thinking the same thing.
We'll go take a look, see what's going on.
Want some company?
If I said no, you'd still come anyway, so...
Damn straight I would. He hops up, kind of grabs his cloak and this like wide-brimmed black hat that he kind of puts over his dark hair, and he grabs like a small short sword as well as he heads out after Geraldine.
You see as she stands up and kind of pulls her duster back around, that in addition to the pistol that's on her side, she has an old saber that is on her left side. It's more of a ceremonial to her station, but given that they're moving out and she needs to bring her stuff, she's got this saber hooked on one side of her pistol belt. All right, and we'll head out outside, see what's going on, see what all the commotion's about. I'm heading out with a sort of air of authority, fixing to chew somebody out for moving their wagon out of line.
So the two of you step out onto kind of the front patio. The porch is kind of raised up above the street level. Your footfalls kind of echoing on the boards, and the snow is coming down heavily outside. And as you've left the door to the butcher's block back behind you, I imagine the three musicians kind of kick up in song and begin playing with each other, and you look out into this kind of white scape of the main street of town that kind of heads directly away from the front of this saloon, and you can see a dark patch kind of moving in the distance, and it's kind of that gray of haze of distance and fine powder. And as it gets closer and closer, you can tell that it's an animal that's very big, and it's got horns. You realize as it gets closer that this is actually an elk pulling a sleigh behind it. Ching, 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 ching. As it gets closer and closer.
What in the hell's? But ain't nobody got an elk in town that I know of.
Yeah, I mean, truth be told, I haven't seen something like this since I left New Lori, and you don't usually see elk being tamed by people. This is odd, and he's gonna lay a hand on the hilt of his short sword. It's very small, more of a piercing blade than a slashing blade, as he looks out towards this elk.
Is it coming right to the front of the saloon here?
It is headed your direction, absolutely. It's kind of right in the middle of the main street, heading towards you.
Keep your eyes peeled, Finbar. I'm gonna see what's going on, and I'll walk right out into the street, about 10 paces off the front of the saloon. I'm just gonna stand there, one hand on the butt of my pistol and the other hand on my other hip, and just wait for them to come forward.
The figure continues to move towards you, getting clearer and clearer, and the snow underneath your boots kind of crunches as you step out into it. Plenty of it starting to settle on your shoulders and the brim of your hat. And you stand and wait for this figure to approach. And the sleigh pulls up right beside you. And this elk is a very large animal. It probably is about as tall as you are at its shoulders. And there's a figure sitting in the sleigh, but he's got this thick leather hood pulled up way in front of his face, and it's rimmed with fur. He's got heavy gloves on his hands, and you can see that there's a shotgun laid across his lap, and the barrel's more or less pointed in your direction, and one of his hands rests near the trigger.
You're picking a fine, terrible time to be visiting in this town here, stranger. What brings you our way?
Name's Crick. I live up the mountain. Coming in because the snows have started. Gonna be winter in here in town. Are you local law now?
I'm the law until we leave in the morning.
That's fair, I suppose. You want to move out of my way? Are you slow?
You come down off this mountain every winter?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
You usually wait till we're out of town.
Yeah, I suppose so. Like I said, the snow started. There's an avalanche that happened 2 days ago. The pass is closed. You ain't leaving.
The real snow ain't started yet. If there's the pass can't be too covered. We've got ways we can deal with it. We'll get out of here in the morning.
Ma'am, you're not listening to me. There was a God's damned avalanche. The pass is buried under 45 feet of snow at the very least. Now, unless you can climb the snow.
Let me see some real quick. With my passive insight of 16, Jeremy, can I tell if Crick is lying about the snow? Or do you need me to roll? I can roll.
He doesn't seem to be lying. He seems maybe a tad impatient.
Yeah, so Finn will get off the porch, and his bare feet, when they hit the snow, there's like this faint sizzling, and he doesn't seem cold, despite the fact that I imagine he's wearing sort of a vest underneath the woolen cloak, but his torso is mainly exposed. As he walks towards the sleigh, well, Geraldine, as far as I can tell, he doesn't seem to be lying, though I will say, and he'll look right at the hooded figure, a bit of an uncouth bastard, ain't you, Mr. Crick?
He kind of leans back.
A woman of the law like this.
I'm a free man, headed down the street until she steps into my way. I'm just simply asking to pass. It's cold.
Right.
And
she's making sure that you don't have any ill intentions.
It's all right, Finn.
Eh.
Listen, Crick, what was it?
Crick. Some people call me Saint.
All right. Well, name's Geraldine Buchanan. Most people around here call me Sheriff.
Well,
Where are you intending on staying? Where you winter if you coming into town down off the mountain?
He points forward at the butcher's block. That's where I'm trying to head.
All right. Well, you go ahead and I'll look up at the elk. Go ahead and hitch this up and come on inside with us.
Much obliged. He kind of
And I'll
gives
step
a
out of
slight
his
whip.
way.
He jostles the reins a little, and the elk picks back up and pulls forward. Ching, 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 ching. Pulls up outside to the hitching post.
I'm going to walk over to the side of the butcher's block where I've parked my wagon. And I've got 2 draft horses hitched up to the wagon. Got blankets thrown over them. They're used to being out in the cold. And I'll head up to the up under the seat on the front of the wagon. And looking back at old Crick there hitching up, I'm just going to slide my hunting rifle out from under the seat and slip it up over my shoulder. I'll walk up along to the two horses and just kind of pat their muzzles. You'll be all right here, Doty, Collins. Be here through the night. That was just for all you. That's on my character sheet, too, that they're named Doty and Collins. Then I'll head inside.
This Crick individual, he disembarks from his sleigh, comes in, and heads straight over to the fire that's kind of built in the hearth of the butcher's block. Kind of removes his outer heavy gloves and moves over and starts warming his hands. Ooh, it is colder than a hag's titty out there, I tell you what. Whew. You sure are a quiet bunch.
Yeah, once Crick goes inside, Finn is actually going to sneak over to the sleigh and just kind of take a look inside and see what this man's got going on. Something about him is rubbing him the wrong way, apart from the fact that he probably hasn't seen a large tamed animal since he left home. At least an animal as large as this elk. And he's going to just kind of peek in the sleigh, see if there's anything interesting in there.
Yeah, a lot of it is covered up with heavy blankets, or like canvas oilcloth. But it's the kind of stuff that you would expect. It looks like provisions, sleeping gear, like some climbing tools, maybe. Probably a lot of pelts, that kind of thing. But it would strike you as being fairly light on cargo.
So does it seem like he's a trapper that's maybe had a run of bad luck, or maybe he left wherever he was coming from in a hurry?
Yeah, either one of those could possibly be it.
And Finn will just sort of file that away, and then he'll kind of saunter back into the butcher's block. Well, and then he'll look at the three playing musicians. Now that sounds absolutely lovely. You can almost hear it outside or over the wind outside, but very nice, much better than that old piano. And he nods to the piano. Again, trying not to pass on the fact that he's partially responsible for its current condition as he walks over to the bar.
Coriander turns to the troop, pushes the fiddle into their neck, and starts a pizzicato rhythmic bing, 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 and sees and waits to see how they add on to it. Someday, in a world without latency, we'll be able to just do mouth music all simultaneously at the same time. But until then, we're just going to have to narratively describe with the theater of our mind how good the music is.
I think that catching on and feeling that there's a slightly minor, kind of a haunting tune a little bit, or at least in Ernesto's mind, he would start strumming these very lower chords, very, very slowly, kind of counteracting the quicker staccato notes of what Coriander is playing. And he would strum them just one at a time, and look to Salida having this kind of bass set up for her melody.
And at that point, she would start to strum her lute, kind of filling in almost like the empty spaces of the notes between the staccato notes that Coriander's playing and the bass notes that Ernesto. She's just kind of putting in riffs, etc., to kind of fill in that empty space between the two.
I love the idea of loot riffs, by the way. Riffs. Just like knocking on some riffs.
Electric loot.
Do you guys want to roll performance for fun?
Sure.
And see
let's
how
do
good
it.
we do
I mean, dice?
on our individual parts? Yeah, I know. I just want to roll these dice.
Yeah, I got an 11.
Got a 15, so that's not bad.
My 26 is just really wrecking the pizzicato.
So you're having a little trouble keeping up Selena, but it still is certainly beautiful music, and it's much better than whatever was going on before with that piano that was out of tune. People are kind of getting caught up in the spirit of it, and there's maybe even a couple of people that get up and kind of dance, some kind of slightly waltz type dancing.
I almost imagine with that, as Selena starts filling in the notes, the Coriander just, I don't know, something comes over him and he just goes with that 26. He just, with his fiddle, just takes
Fiddle solo.
And Coriander likes to play the fiddle more using their fingers than the bow. So it's definitely a lot of that plucking and kind of a fun, during the solo, maybe they'll even bring it down and play it like a guitar behind their head a little bit. They have fun with it.
At some point,
It's a
lap
double-necked fiddle. It's a double-necked fiddle.
At some point, it's a lap fiddle. You got like a glass rod. You're like sliding it. So the music is happening, and Crick is having apparently kind of warmed up near the fire, is kind of stomping his foot and clapping along to it. He seems very, very happy that he came into town early. The number kind of finishes. Everybody in the butcher's block kind of starts applauding, and several people, put their fingers up in the corners of the mouth and whistle very loudly. Crick shakes his head and walks over to the three of you. Well, if that ain't one of the finest things that I've heard in some time. Where did you all learn to play like that? I see.
Learned on the road.
Well,
The
it's
road teaches you
mighty
mighty
impressive.
fine. Thank you.
I've been on the road for a very long time. Well, on the mountain, technically. And it hasn't taught me anything like what the three of you were capable of.
Were you listening to that mountain as it was trying to teach you?
Did I listen to the... Is she slow? He turns to the other two of you.
Do not mistake poetry for ignorance.
Poet. Oh, that's what that was.
Not too many tunes to hear on the mountain.
Only after I eat a can of beans. I'll tell you what. Ooh. Well, on the mountain? No. I've got old Max with me. He keeps me company. The elk.
Max.
Yeah, the elk out on the front there. His name's Max. Very kind soul.
Actually, Coriander's probably never seen an elk. So Coriander walks out to the hitching post to stand next to this huge, monstrous, basically, beast.
Yeah,
They
laid
stand there
out.
stunned.
Laid out, Coriander could probably fit between the points on this elk's antlers.
Wow. I think Coriander can probably just barely reach the elk, but they don't try. It's obvious this animal is large, especially when juxtaposed right next to Coriander's smaller pony, Hardis. And Coriander, just in awe, strolls back into the tavern. Well, an amazing creature. How did you tame it?
Nemax. Oh, I was there when he was born. I helped him be born, as a matter of fact.
Wow. Are you one of the, the Corsair, the druids?
Well, no, I don't really practice magic so much. It's not really my forte. I leave that kind of sort of thing to the Dorathians and the elves, if you know what I mean.
I do.
But there was a day back when I could swing a sword, take a fight if I had to. Now I just do most of the fighting with my shotgun here. He kind of reaches over and pats it where it's leaning against this table. Say, you folks want to buy something? You look like folk who might have interests, money to spend. I'm a trader by nature.
Your business must be very bad. You live alone in the mountains and you're a trader.
Well, I come
Doesn't
down...
that seem a little...
Look, I've got things. I don't need them. I like the company coming into town and doing some business, but if you're not interested, then I understand. I'll just go back over here by the fire where it's warm.
It's not a very good sales pitch, but what do you have?
He kind of stops mid-stride. Well, he turns around. He says, you see, this here, and he kind of pulls out this blanket bundle that's kind of wrapped up and kind of slung over his shoulder. It's very much a Dorathian made blanket. It's got almost like what we would identify as like Southwest Navajo style kind of patterning on the weave. And he says, this here was a gift. He kind of undoes the bundle and rolls this blanket out, and it gets to be where it's probably about 10 feet in diameter. It's this circle. And he picks this circle up and kind of carefully walks over to the wall and throws it against the wall where, maybe to your amazement, it sticks. And as it sticks there, the patterning on the blanket slowly begins to warp and change, and it all fades to a dark black color. And then when it clears, you can see that there's an opening into a small room on the other side of it.
I thought you said you weren't into magic.
Well, not for myself. I use magic, of course. You have to out here in the Caldera if you want to survive. But I don't cast magic, per se.
Where does this lead?
Oh, just my stores. You can see it's just like a small 10 by 10 shaped room. It's got barrels, burlap sacks, small shelves with things on it. Please feel free to enter if you'd like. Come on, there's plenty. I promise.
I think Ernesto is quite interested in this, and for once, you would see this kind of very judgmental, passive look change ever so slightly into one of mild, mild impressed, as he takes a step inside of this hole.
You step inside, and it's as if this has been here this entire time. The room's floor is at the same height as the floor of the butcher's block as you step in. But when your foot falls past the threshold, you realize you're in this kind of, it sounds and feels almost like stone underneath your foot, but it's just kind of this swirling black, kind of matte surface. Now, what would you be interested in? I don't have any instruments, sadly.
What kind of things does it look like he has there? Is it just supplies, or is it more finer items?
There are some fine items. It doesn't look like anything necessarily magical that would have been like mined out of the ground out here in the Caldera, but there's toys, food, like canned preserves and things of that nature that people would keep in a cellar almost. All kinds of different ammunition, probably. You see a couple of bottles that look like they might be potion bottles. Writing utensils, scrolls.
So, you said toys. So I am thinking that as he's kind of looking around, he sees this small wooden figurine that is looks to be almost Dorathian in make, as you can see some of the feathers covering this hair of this person, and they look extremely lovely, though you can't really tell whether it's a man or a woman, but they just exude this sense of power and majesty, and a sense of almost a peacefulness as well. And he would take this little figurine and he would hand it, or he would show it back. How much for this?
Yes, this was made for me by a friend of mine. He was a Dorathian chief, and he's part of the, what was the name of them again? Ahawatan, that's what they were. Anyways, that piece, I think maybe 25 gold pieces. Unless you've got something interesting for trade. Always up for a trade.
I think that Ernesto would shake his head and just kind of silently handing over the money, not even bartering, which is probably a really, really weird, maybe almost offensive thing for him to just kind of hand over the money without giving any thought to it. But he would take it and step back through the hole.
He doesn't seem offended in the least. He looks down at the coinage you've placed in his hand, and he says, "Well, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am." And he walks over to the bar. Crick is now in business. And he puts some coins out on the bar and kind of licks his lips and motions for the keep to come over. If anyone else is interested in my stores and wares, Crick is open for business.
Coriander leans over to Solita and says, "You not find it interesting that he arrives so soon just before we leave? Could have made, how do you say, a killing by just arriving 1 week prior to now."
I do find that mighty curious myself. I echo my brother's thoughts when he says, not much of a traitor. Because that's exactly what you would have done if you were a traitor. You would come when there was people here.
What did you buy? Is that room still open? Like, yeah, you can still walk into that hole?
Yes, it is.
Coriander seems hesitant to do so, though. So they turn to Ernesto. What was in there?
Ernesto would turn and open up his hands to show Coriander the figurine.
And when Selena sees it, Ernesto, that's just like Nona's. You got that from Crick?
Ernesto just nods knowingly and kind of a smile. I thought that you would like it.
I do. Well done, brother. Well done.
Since I imagine Finn was kind of lingering around the bar as he's watching all this going on, he's actually going to scooch over to sit beside Crick, and he's just going to say, so you deal with a lot of Dorathians there, Crick?
Well, a man of my vocation does run into them occasionally, yes.
There's a smaller tribe. Well, it's probably further northeast, I imagine. The Burning Branch, you run into them before?
I may have run into them as a younger man, maybe. Yeah, my memory's not quite as good as it used to be.
But not recently.
No, not that I can recall.
Gotcha. And he kind of looks down at the Firebird tattoo on his chest and then shakes his head. So, I guess I'm a little confused. And well, actually, a couple of things make sense. I'll be honest. And he kind of leans on the bar. I did kind of take a peek inside your sleigh. Hope you don't mind. It's just, the whole thing was a little weird, But now I understand why it was so empty, because you have this, and he'll gesture towards the hole in the wall. It just seems a bit odd. You know what I mean? I mean, we're about to leave in the morning. Apparently, you said there was some avalanche 2 days ago or something like that. This pass is blocked with snow, but why wait so long? I mean, you knew the cold was coming. Why wait? See what I mean? Doesn't really make much sense. I'm not much of a trader myself. Maybe you have more. I mean, you definitely have more business acumen than I do. I just punch things. But here to explain to a lay person, a lay elf, and he'll tap his pointy ears.
How long has it been since you've been home?
And he stops at that. Been a little while. I'm from up New Lorien way. You familiar with Aramis Tailoring? That's my family.
Well, not that I can say no, but do you miss your home?
And Finn, probably for the first time since he's been in Crystal Lake, feels like this shudder course down his spine, and he sort of turns his long, gangly frame on the bar stool to fully face this individual. I mean, sometimes didn't leave on the best terms. Me and my pappy never really got along. Well, what are you asking these questions for?
Well, you see, I feel very, very comfortable in my home. So I don't like to leave it if I don't have to.
But
so
you have.
when it becomes uncomfortable, I must. If I don't, I'm going to freeze to death up there on the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So I come into town, I stay for as long as I have to, and then I go back home.
And that's it. You just come and you go, maybe do a little trade if someone's crazy or desperate enough to step through that hole. No offense, just, random hole in the wall. Dorathian magic can be a little weird sometimes. Kind of raps on his chest.
There's a lot of mistrust in you.
It comes to living in the Caldera for all your life.
Must come better to some than others. He kind of smiles.
Apparently.
He raises a glass. Well, I say, glad to meet you. And I hope that you have a merry Lose-Tide.
You as well, and he'll raise, I imagine the bottle's practically empty at this point, but he'll clink the almost empty bottle against Crick's glass and down the rest of it. Whew.
It's when you clink the glass together, you hear a the report of several gunshots come in like rolling thunder from the outskirts of town. The screams that accompanied it grow silent.
I'm up in a flash. In the same motion that I get up, the hunting rifle slips off of my shoulder, is in my hands as I throw open the door and immediately move. Similar to when Crit came into town, I move right out deliberately off the steps, hunting rifle just sort of lowered but at the ready, and just I'm looking and listening for any additional sounds, any sign of what's going on.
You were fast enough that you managed to exit the butcher's block out into the snow before the last of the screams died. So you know that it's off in the left towards that edge of town that you heard this noise coming from. But since that last scream kind of died out in a whimper, all you can hear is that kind of dampening sound of snow.
I can't do it myself, or I would do the sound, but Geraldine just with a barely a turn over her shoulder just gives a quick whistle, just with her tongue and lips, a signaling whistle back into the butcher's block, and then waits to see who comes out.
I imagine Finn, hearing that whistle, just shakes his head and kind of nudges Crick and says, well, when the lady calls, and he gets up, unsheathing his sword, and he darts outside to stand beside Geraldine, short sword at the ready, and he's actually reaching back kind of behind himself, because tucked into his breeches, he also has a small pistol as well.
And almost before Geraldine's whistle could die down, Salida also appears out in the front there. The loot's gone. The loot case is on her back, and there's a rifle in her hands. And she is standing there beside you, Geraldine, kind of looking in the same direction that you were looking in. What is it?
Came from over that way. We're gonna have to go take a look. I don't know. Could be if Crick Sane in there, or whatever his name is, if he's telling truth about the avalanche. Oh, by the way, the pass is snowed in. Could be agitated some wolves or something. Can't imagine anything else. Maybe a mountain lion got in here somewhere. I want to head over there. I just didn't want to go alone.
You want me to take points so I can see in the dark a little better than you?
It just gives you a nod of acknowledgement, and kind of with that. Geraldine's one that can communicate a lot just with a tilt and nod of her head or chin. Seem to kind of give you that nod of acknowledgement, and then nudge forward. I'll give a glance back though into the butcher's block, just to see if or where Coriander and Ernesto are at.
Coriander has found their way into a shaded corner, kind of clutching their fiddle and this bow out as if it's some sort of weapon, but shaking and looking at the door. Very visibly afraid.
I think that Ernesto turns to go after his sister, but then stops and turns back towards Coriander. You should come with us. You'll be safer.
Coriander, startled by your words, if you are the one that the gunshots were being fired at just for a moment, and they bring the bow towards you and then quickly away. Coriander looks around at their luggage, looks to you, nods, and begins to follow you.
I rolled a dirty 20 on my stealth, Jeremy, as Finn sort of slips away from Geraldine and Salida and starts to move in the direction that Geraldine had indicated, trying to stick to the shadows.
Turning to the Torres siblings and Coriander. If you're going to come, stay close. I know you know this town, but the snow coming down the way it is, we ain't got to get too far apart to get lost. This way. And I'm going to move in the direction Finn went and kind of use, before they disappear, I imagine the snow falling pretty quickly, trying to quickly follow in Finn's footsteps in that same direction.
Okay.
I'll lean back and kind of just motion to the others, just giving kind of a indication to kind of move a little bit to the left and the right, fan out a little bit. And I'll actually, if Ernesto and Salida fan left and right, then I'll kind of indicate to Coriander to sort of come in behind me, creating more of a diamond pattern or an arrow wedge than an actual full-out wedge.
And what did you have, Salida? Nothing? Okay. So, while the rest of the patrons inside the butcher's block have gathered near the front windows and the door, they are eagerly kind of peering outside with concern on their face, but they seem to be most comfortable staying here and letting the five of you go and check on what's going on. So the five of you press down this side street of Crystal Lake, and you walk through the snow for some time. Like I said, this sound came from the outskirts of town, and while Crystal Lake is not a huge town, when the snow is this deep, it takes a little while to cross. Eventually, after passing dark house after dark store, you find a small homestead that's maybe 50 yards outside of the confines of town. And you can see the front door is wide open because the light from inside of this small homestead forms this elongated rectangle that seems to reach out across the snow for an absurd distance towards you. And in the snow, about halfway between you and where this door is, where this homestead is, there's a dark shape that's kind of right on the edge of this rectangle of light.
Could Finnebar see what the dark shape is with his dark vision? Maybe?
If you get closer, you can tell that it looks like maybe a humanoid. It's kind of a slump on the ground, almost like a small hillock about the size of a person, and it's already starting to cover in snow.
Any signs of blood or footprints, anything like that around this small lump?
How close are you getting?
So I have dark vision out to 60 feet, so probably no more than like maybe 30, 40 feet. You'll get a little bit closer.
Okay. You stalk up close to this shape, and you realize that you were mostly correct. That it is most of a body. It is about from the sternum down of, you're guessing, a human male, and there is steam rising up from the opening at the top of his body, as well as the large dark puddle of red all around him.
Well, that's a sobering sight. And Finn will start to slowly back away from the body, facing toward it still as he moves back toward where the others are, and he would relay what he's seen to them. There's like half a person outside this house. Geraldine looks like, I don't know, maybe an animal got him, but he is ripped apart from sternum down.
Damn.
Yeah.
Any wolves? All right. Let me take a look. We could be dealing with a bear here. And any indication who it was?
Would Finnabar have recognized who the person was?
Was it the top half or the bottom half?
I think it was the top half.
Or was it a left and right situation?
Oh God.
No, it was definitely the bottom half that was still there.
Oh shit. Oh, okay, gotcha.
So you're fairly familiar with this town, Finnabar? Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine he's been here for a little bit.
Okay. So you would know, not because of what was left, but just because of whose homestead this is, that the family's name that lives there is Henderson.
Henderson.
And there is a father, Henderson, and this is most likely him.
Yeah, this is the Henderson homestead, so I'm guessing that's probably what's left of poor good man Henderson right there, the husband, the father.
Well, shit. All right, we're gonna need to check and see. Maybe the rest of them are hiding inside. And I'm gonna go ahead and move up and take a look at. I'm gonna move right up to the body and take a look at it. Fully expecting that this is a bear attack. I'm just gonna take a look and see if it matches up with what I'm thinking.
Okay. Roll nature or survival.
Oh, let's see. I'm not trained in either of those, so we'll go with a survival check, and that's a 2 on the die. This thing's pretty mangled up.
Yeah, this thing is torn to pieces at the end. And, like, even trying to examine it closely, like, you're probably doing more damage.
And this is the lower half, you said, right?
It is, yeah.
So I imagine I don't even get too close. As I get up on there, I kind of, half out of respect, pull my hat off. And half out of the smell of the shredded and discarded bowels, sort of waving it. All right. It don't matter what kind of bear or what it was that done this. The situation's bad. And how far in front of the house is this? The homestead?
50 feet or so.
Henderson's. I guess I'm not entirely certain if this is Mr. or Mrs. Henderson.
It's probably good man Henderson, probably the father. So
Yeah. Mrs. Anderson. And I'm starting to move toward the house while calling out.
You start moving towards the house, hearing no reply from within. You can see the boot prints that brought this corpse to its grave, leading back towards the house. A swath of blood that has somewhat melted the snow, leading off in a different direction. Continuing to call, you hear no answer come from the residents.
I'm going to take a look inside.
Yeah, I'll go with you just to be safe in case there's something in there.
Rifle at the ready, I will enter. And as I get to the threshold, I'm going to look back at the body, or half body, and I'm going to look back at Coriander and the De Torres siblings and just see how they're reacting. In fact, I'll even look at Coriander. You doing all right?
You see Coriander shivering. You can barely see their head popping out of this duster. No, I'm far from all right. Are you all right?
That's fair.
What did you see in there?
I'll take a look around. I'll step inside. I imagine just stepping just inside, there's that creak of my weight shifting the floorboard. And again, rifle in front of me, not quite raised up, but at the ready, and just look around the inside of this homestead.
The floorboards absolutely creak under each of your steps. And you walk up to the front door and peer in. Are you the only one looking in, Geraldine? Or Finubar, are you actually looking in as well?
Yeah, Finubar will look in as well.
Okay, I need both of you, please, to make wisdom saving throws.
Oh. All right. Well, shoot, with a 9 on the die, that's a 17.
Ah, crap. Well, I'm going to be using my first point of lucky for the night, so let's see how that goes. That is much better. That is a dirty 20.
Okay, so you both passed. So each of you will only take half of 2 points. So you take 1 point of psychic damage each. As you peer into this homestead, you find the other Hendersons. The mother Henderson and the 3 children. The dining table has been flipped over onto its top, and each of the legs was hastily sharpened into a stake. And all 4 of them have been impaled. There is blood everywhere in here.
You hear a voice come from the doorway. Is the bear in there? Is the bear still in there?
Yeah, don't come in here. There's no bear, but do not, by the spirits, do not come in here.
I turn at the sound of Coriander's voice, and immediately I interpose myself, moving into the doorway, blocking Coriander's view. Intentionally, as I move, sort of flaring out my duster. And as I move in front of you, Coriander, I sort of, if you don't move, you feel like I'm gonna bowl you over or pick you up and move you, as I just sort of guide you to the side so you can't see inside.
You find Coriander very easy to guide at this time.
And turning to Ernesto and Salida as well. I don't know what in the hell's we're dealing with, but it ain't no bear. Coriander, you, well, pardon the bluntness of what I'm about to ask you, but, you got any experience dealing in, well, violence?
A bit, yes. Nothing I am proud of.
Well, that's something. It's good something. It's something you ain't proud of.
You see him
Yes.
pull a single shot derringer out of the coat. I can defend myself. Maybe someone else. Against a bear, maybe.
Right. Torres. One of you gonna stick to Coriander? Now, I can't make y'all do anything you don't want to do. But, and I'm sorry, I ain't got any tin to hand out. But if you're willing, I am hereby officially deputizing each of you. Because we got a situation going on. Something's got to be dealt with. And it looks like the 5 of us have stepped forward. So consider yourself deputies of the law of Crystal Lake. Unless you have an objection and want to head back to the butcher's block.
Coriander at 3 feet tall somehow seems a couple inches taller.
All right.
Ernesto begins walking forward towards Geraldine, who is she still in the door?
No, I moved sort of to the, as you're looking at the door, it would be to the left of the door, as I sort of guided Coriander away. But also, upon deputizing them, and with Ernesto moving toward the door, I'll actually step out from a interposing position, Coriander, sort of giving you the option to look in if you choose to do so. I don't say anything, I just step out of the way.
Ernesto walks in to see. Geraldine, you see him take out a deck of what you assume to be a deck of cards from the side of his pocket, and he just begins almost kind of nervously shuffling them back and forth and just kind of shuffling them and looking at the bodies. And he wants to just walk in maybe further than Finn and see if he can see anything.
Seems like an odd time for a card game there, Ernesto, right? Ernesto?
It helps me think.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Well, and he'll kind of look at the impaled bodies for a moment, and for just an instant, his eyes flare with this almost reddish-orange flame, and the tattoo on his chest starts to illuminate, but then it fades a little. Well, if I can do anything to help, I gotta be honest, I'm not entirely sure what to make of all this. Just let me know. And he'll kind of post up just in the house, just sort of looking around for, I don't know, any kind of clues to what may have done this or who may have done this.
Yeah, and Ernesto, you step into this small homestead, and you're finding a difficult place to even put your boots down that isn't slick and tacky. And looking around, it looks like they had settled in for dinner. Looks like there was food that was probably on the table that is now flung everywhere. There's broken crockery and stuff scattered everywhere. And it doesn't look like much beyond the table being upturned was disturbed in the house. Everything else seems kind of like it was, where it should be. But you see these kind of disturbing, not really a shadow, but like negative space behind objects from where the blood was like thrown against the wall.
Ernesto kind of starts to bend down and he's shuffling the cards faster and faster. And I can almost imagine in Ernesto's mind, he hears kind of the footsteps from the others, maybe the hush whispering, and he hears the shuffling of the cards, and it gets loud. The shuffling gets louder and louder, and the voices get quieter and quieter around him until all he can hear is this of him shuffling these cards. And he takes out one, which is the Queen of Hearts, and he flips it around and he kind of waves it in this vague shape over these bodies, and he's going to cast detect magic. Because of this negative space, it seems wrong and weird to him.
So you cast this spell, and as your vision changes, or so your perception of the room changes, you look about and everything appears to be very mundane. But you see something kind of out of the corner of your eye that kind of stands out because of this particular vision that you have. And when you bend down, there's a piece of metal that's probably 4 inches long or so, and it's like a sliver of metal, and it's stuck into one of the floorboards, mostly buried under blood at the moment.
With this laser focus, Ernesto would pick up this metal piece. Or try to wedge it out if you can.
It takes a little bit of, kind of ratcheting back and forth before you're able to kind of yank it free. And it's a softer metal. Copper, maybe brass or bronze. It's not a particularly strong, hard metal. And it's just, like I said, this little sliver. And there's no question that it has magic present kind of in it at its molecular level.
So with this, Ernesto would stand, and does he see Salida in the house? Is she in the house, or is she still outside?
She is still outside. Not terribly close to the body, but she is looking in the direction of where that blood trail goes off to. She's kind of keeping an eye out that way, and every once in a while we'll look back at the house to see what everybody else is doing.
Okay. So then with this piece, I think then Ernesto would approach Geraldine and hold it up to her with his like blood-soaked fingers now.
Is there any familiarity to this piece? Just something...
I mean, it's not enough to really discount it as not being anything else that's made of the same kind of metal. It's got kind of a curvature to it, and it looks like it's got quite a bit of like weathering patina to it. So it looks like at one time it might have been kind of polished smooth, at least on one side of it, but it's definitely seen some age. But it's hard to tell what it might have been a part of. There's just not very much of it.
All right, well, ain't much to go on, but hey, Finn.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if the snow is already obscuring it, but that other half of that body got to be somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can pick up any other trail out there.
Yeah, that's kind of glance at the impaled bodies again, shake his head. That's a good idea. And he'll leave the house, and he'll try to again be sneaky about it and move in the direction that Salida disappeared off to, or was moving off to.
As you move to go past me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm glancing back in over Ernesto's shoulder, and I'm looking at these children and the woman impaled on the legs of this overturned table, the blood everywhere. And I grab your arm, Finn, and stop you before you move.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing that changes in my demeanor is my eyes. I blink and my eyes go pure white, as if they've rolled back in my head. And I am using my divine sense.
Nice.
And as my eyes appear to shift back in my head, everything around me turns into this sort of silent swirling mass of black and white as I reach out within 60 feet all the way around. And I can sense anything affected by the Hallow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover. As just this isn't an animal that did this, so this is almost an instinctive use of this ability as I am not really casting it, but just doing this divine sense. Do I sense anything?
These swirling tendrils kind of reach out away from you, extending to the length of this ability that you have. This thing that has served you many times before in hunting down some of the more vile things here in the Caldera. But this time it doesn't return any sign of such a thing in your vision.
After just a few moments, seconds really, I blink and my eyes are back to normal. And I don't say anything. I just release your arm, Finn.
Well, that was god dang terrifying. Right. Anything I need to be aware of before I go?
Just stay alert.
Always. And he'll start to move off.
Wait.
And again, yes. Listen, woman, if you just want to say something to me, just say it. Don't let me go and have me come back like this. Salida's probably freezing her ass off out there.
I just look you in the eyes, waiting for you to stop.
I've stopped for now.
Be careful.
He's kind of pauses at that, tilts his head to the side, and he just winks. All the time, baby. And he runs off in that direction. And as he does, again, the tattoo on his chest starts to glow faintly. His eyes kind of flare with that reddish orange light as he feels the Firebird's sort of innate desire to figure out what the hell is going on here flare up within him. It's probably a little overwhelming. It doesn't happen too often. But he kind of moves off in the direction that Salida went. He'll try to roll stealth. Just see how that goes. That's actually not too terrible. That is a 21.
So, Salida, you went after the top half, the missing top half, is that right?
I didn't actually leave very far. I was watching in that direction.
Just looking in that direction. Okay.
Yeah.
You might have a little bit of a start as all of a sudden the Firebird kind of jogs past you. You didn't even hear him coming up on you. And he runs out, kind of taking an intersecting course, if you will, for where this trail of blood had led away from the half body. And when you get out there, Finubar, you see where the rest of Mr. Henderson was left. And he is displayed on two, basically like a hoe and a rake have been driven into the ground, and he's impaled, fixated on these two handles, kind of run through his forearms, and he's kind of the half of him is dangling in between them, and the entire top of his head is missing hair. It's just this streak of blood that is missing, and it's just running down his face and chest and back, now frozen into this kind of strange red crystalline mixture of ice and blood.
And Finn will look at this, and again, probably for the first time in a while, there's this very soft, vaguely feminine, but it's more like, I imagine it's like the crackling and the popping of a campfire in the back of his skull as this voice just says, "This is what we are meant to prevent, Finubar. This is what happens when you deny destiny." And the elf sort of shudders for a moment, straightening up. Does this seem like... This might be a bit of a stretch since he's only really been with the Burning Branch Dorathians for an extended period of time. Does this seem like some kind of Dorathian ritual, some kind of Dorathian thing? The scalping is really what's kind of got him wondering about this.
So the Dorathians are like a very varied people.
Right.
There are tribes.
Yeah, some tribes are more warlike than others.
Absolutely. Yeah. And some of them are straight up savage. I mean, just cannibalistic. They hunt frontier places constantly, performing raids and things of that nature. So they kind of run the gamut of behavior. You've never heard of this particular kind of display being done, but there are certainly tribes out here in the Caldera that scalp people.
Okay. And has Salida been following this whole time, Karen, or has she kind of lagged back a little bit?
I believe when you gave her the start, and as you passed her, she would have started to follow you, not close enough that would interfere with your prowling, but she would be following behind you. Okay.
So he would wait for you to catch up, and then he just sort of look at you. Yeah, so that's the rest of Mr. Henderson there. I gotta be honest with you, Salida, right? I have never seen anything like this before that I'm aware of. Kind of look at you, kind of tilting his head to the side. I hate to ask, but have you seen something like this during your travels with Ernesto?
I have not. I mean, I've seen some pretty terrible things, but nothing like this. I'm afraid to ask, but the family?
You didn't look inside the house?
No, the looks on your faces was enough to tell me that it was not a sight I wanted to see.
It seems weirdly deliberate, though. What was done. I mean, look at this, and you'll point to the obvious shovel and the pitchfork. I mean, he was almost put up here like a display, like some kind of hunting trophy. This is someone. I gotta believe, honestly, it's someone, maybe something that knows exactly what it's doing.
Yeah, this ain't no animal.
No.
This is a warning.
Mm-hmm. But a warning meaning what exactly? Don't leave the settlement. I mean, we're gonna get snowed in if we don't leave tomorrow morning. Shit. We should probably stay here, wait for the others to catch up. I don't think we should split the group more than we already have, unless you have a better idea.
No, I don't want to split up either. And at that, I think she would turn and look behind how far they've come from away from the house.
It's
And
probably about 100 feet.
are any of the others noticeable? Have they come out of the house, or are they still in there?
I think they were all out front, so they're probably kind of bathed in the light that's kind of spilling out of the homestead. I imagine they kind of stand out in the darkness a little.
Let's go back. Tell them what we saw.
Yeah.
And before we do, actually, is there any... I'd like to look around this area where the body is hung, like strung up. And is there any... I mean, I know it's been snowing heavily, but is there any, like, almost divots in the snow indicating like somebody had passed and left in some direction?
There definitely seems to have been some movement here, but none of it has left the kind of impression that you would expect to find from a humanoid. Normally they would leave deep impressions in this kind of snow, but this is almost just surface level.
Yeah, so maybe as they're heading back towards the group, Salida would just kind of almost nonchalantly under her breath, I don't know if you noticed, but there's no footprints.
Yeah, I was a little too distracted by the impaled torso of a man, but that's not good. I think
The impaled torso of a what?
Oh shit!
Coriander.
Hey, Coriander. Yeah, just well, shit, might as well. So yeah, Geraldine, Ernesto, you wanna? Okay, cool, you're already here. So we found the other half. Salida and I found the other half of Mr. Henderson. It appears that his torso was sort of impaled between a shovel and a pitchfork, I think, almost like a display of some kind, like some sort of, well, like Salida suggested, he'll look to you, Salida, a warning of some kind, though I don't know who left it or what the warning is, apart from maybe don't leave. I'm not sure, but it was pretty grisly.
Coriander looks kind of behind you. Is the strung up Mr. Henderson still like in view of where Coriander's standing? I'm just gonna assume yes.
I imagine
Yep,
so. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Then very soon after, Coriander throws up into the snow, and it steams there. This 5-hour-old ale.
Imagine Finn just kind of like leans over and pats you on the back corner, and just like, "Yep, get it all out. Now's the time for it." It's probably gonna be more where that came from.
Everybody, if you would please, roll me perception checks. If you do not have any kind of specialty vision, like dark vision, this will be at disadvantage.
24 for Finnegar.
I went from a 19 to a 1.
Oh,
Well, a 5.
there is no in between.
I'm like, yes, a great perception check at disadvantage. Nope. Nope.
Also rolled a 1.
Oh, okay.
24.
Solida. Hey, all right. So maybe it's because Solida and Finubar have already been out here for a little bit longer, and everybody else is fairly well focused on the horrific image that's kind of displayed before them. Finubar and Solida, you two notice that kind of just outside the range of what you can kind of make out in the snow, you can see the poles of the telesending lines. And they kind of pass by this farmstead, kind of on the edge. And not far away from the town, you think you see like a small kind of bluish flickering. Very, very, very faint.
Finbar,
Yep,
did you see that?
I surely did. I guess, yeah. And he'll look to the others and just kind of point wordlessly in the direction where they saw the flicker of blue light. There's something over yonder, near the telescending lines.
How far away did you say it was?
The blue glow looks like it's emanating maybe 100 yards past the homestead.
Okay. Yards.
Meters.
I think what Ernesto is going to do very quickly is he's going to take 2 cards from the deck, and he's going to rub them together so that they look like they're flipping over each other again and again and again and again until you can't even see what face card and what number card is which one is which. And for anyone who's seeing, you would almost see double of Ernesto for a moment, and then you see one. And this Ernesto is going to start running at 60 feet. As he casts Mislead on himself, which means that he turns invisible and he creates a double of himself that can move twice your speed.
Excellent. Okay.
As Ernesto just starts racing for, the Ernesto that people see starts racing towards this blue light.
Okay, and you don't perceive anything through this copy or anything, do you? Or do you?
I do, yes.
You do? Awesome.
I can switch. But if I'm perceiving through my copy, I can't perceive my invisible self.
Okay. So this copy of you kind of sprints off in the direction after just a little bit of moment with how fast you're moving. You come upon the source of this glow. What you were actually seeing was the glow kind of in a small like bank of snow. That's kind of the side of the embankment was facing the direction where you all were standing, and you realized that it was just a reflection of something that's flickering. And you look back behind you, and on the opposite side of the pole from where everybody else is standing, where this line would continue on, there is a clean cut cable that is sticking out from the side of the pole, and this kind of electric magic kind of is kind of flickering.
So I think that the senses would quickly change over to invisible Ernesto, which means that double Ernesto can't see anything right now or perceive anything, but all of you would hear a voice coming from just the darkness, explaining what Ernesto saw.
I imagine Finbar jolts for a moment, thinking like, "Oh shit, is it the fucking Firebird?" But then he realizes it's Ernesto's voice. He's like, "Oh yeah, no, totally. Cut telesending lines. That's a problem."
Seems there's some sort of magic.
There's always fucking magic. What do you think, Geraldine?
We need to get back to the butcher's block, because I'm suddenly struck by the rather coincidental nature of the arrival of our mysterious mountain man and everything else that's going on. And looking around, we left him back at the butcher's block unattended.
Ding! 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 You hear the bell sounding from town, and you hear, carried on the wind, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" And you can start to see an orange glow lighting up the sky around the town. That is where we're going to take our break. So, 5-10 minutes. We will come back and we'll finish up the second half. Thank you very, very much for everybody who is tuning in and watching this evening. Thank you very, very much if you are watching in the future. Thank you an exceptional amount to these 5 fantastic players for understanding the feel of this game and completely rolling with the punches that I'm continuing to throw at them. So, don't turn off your cameras. Very important. Thank you, Barker. But sit tight, and we will be right back. Myself. And we are back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope everybody is enjoying themselves or is thoroughly disgusted, or both. It's the holidays. It's the season of giving. So you're welcome. But I think we're about ready to roll back into this. I've got a bit more ground than I would like for us to cover tonight, so we're going to hop right back in. And unless anybody has anything that they need to add or ask before we do get started. No?
Actually, I did have one question. Did any of the magical abilities that were used, from Geraldine's Divine Sight or Divine Sense to the Detect Magic, were any of these obvious uses of magic that Coriander would recognize as, oh, whoa, that's magic? Or were they all kind of subtle? I don't, like, for instance, Ernesto doubling up, I don't think Coriander would have caught that.
Divine Sense would have been a very subtle, non-magical. I mean, it's magical, but it's not an obvious form of magic.
Got it.
I think it'd be very subtle.
So I think right now Coriander is probably wondering how the hell Ernesto runs so fast, and that's it.
Yeah, I think Ernesto has learned to keep his magic kind of on the down low for the most part.
Cool.
So, a bell has tolled through the night, and you now see this orange flickering glow kind of illuminating the town, and you hear people yelling fire. So as you stand out here at the Henderson homestead, what are you going to do?
I'm running.
Same. Finn is going to run. He actually has 50 feet of movement, so he's just going to take off running towards the butcher's block.
If we're all going to run, Coriander would also run. And just a note to the GM, because Coriander runs more slowly than anyone else, over a certain amount of time, the party will be split and Coriander will fall behind a little bit.
That's okay, because Salita will saunter beside Coriander.
Ah, cheater.
Ernesto follows invisibly for a bit, and then once he thinks that he's in a reasonable distance, he's going to get his number 2 double to run to where the actual fire is.
So as you all make your way back towards the city proper, the first of you who come upon the scene can see that there's a building, a large building, that is engulfed in flames. You can hear the fire and feel the fire before you kind of round the corner and actually see it. The stables are burning. There's people kind of standing dumbfounded with like fire brigade buckets in their hands, looking helplessly at this roaring building fire.
I will run immediately to whoever's the closest in this fire brigade. What are you doing standing around? And I will reach down with the bucket. I'll grab the bucket from them and I'll just scoop into the snow. It's water. And scoop up snow and just throw it in the direction of the fire.
You do a few bucketfuls. You can see that there are places in the snow where it has been already scooped. The fire is just so large at this point that, I mean, it's like spitting on a campfire.
Geraldine knows this and will continue to throw snow for at least a couple more bucketfuls.
Yeah, Finn would probably help, though he would probably also almost instinctively know that this fire is out of control. There's no way in heck that we're going to be able to put it out as is. They'll occasionally glance towards the entrance of town, checking to see if Coriander and the De Torres siblings have caught up yet.
Cut to
swipe. You see Coriander and Solita coming up. Solita looks like she's maybe taking her time a little bit. Coriander might look like they're in a hurry.
Yep. Coriander's super out of breath.
You can hear over the roar and the crackle of the flames the worried neighing of the horses that are trapped inside, that are very quickly dying.
Ernesto, too, is going to run into the flaming stables.
Just to clarify, when I say that this building is on fire, I mean it is like engulfed in flames. So you may do so. I'm just making sure you understand.
Does it only sound like horses are in the stables right now? Does it sound like there's any people in there?
The only
Apart from Ernesto?
screaming you hear, it sounds like horses.
Okay.
Actually, no, I'm not going to do that because this is just illusory, so he wouldn't do anything even if he was in there. So, yeah, so it's not an actual double, so he can't do anything. So
I completely forgot that you had your double that was here, and that was what you were talking about. But
I imagine that there's, after a moment, there's just that sort of, as part of the stable, a section collapses and there's just this sort of, and everything illuminates brightly, a little more brightly for a moment. I step back and I would probably grab at Ernesto's illusory image. Maybe not too far away to actually grab, but not realizing that it's illusory and just motioning him back, and angrily throw my bucket at the ground and grab from all the people that are onlookers. I would probably grab one or two of the people that I know, probably somebody that runs like the lumber mill or another place, people that are used to being in charge, and just point at them, keep everybody back. And I'm heading back to angrily, I'm heading towards the butcher block.
when you throw your bucket into the snow, something kind of catches your eye. This small glint of firelight. Something kind of laid, partially unburied in the snow.
As I turn to head towards the butcher block, I just sort of do that double take, and I'll go take a look. I'll take a closer look at whatever this is.
You find a piece of glass that's probably more or less 3 inches square, give or take. It's not that even. It's broken, but it's curved. And if you bring it close enough, you can smell burning.
I would absolutely sniff at it.
Yeah, you can smell burnt lantern oil.
I turn to Finn. I look around for Finn.
Yeah, he's probably
and
nearby.
the others, but motion them over.
What you got there?
This is deliberate.
Oh shit.
This is a lantern.
Where's that Crick bastard? And he's gonna start looking around. Is Crick in the crowd, Jeremy?
He is. Yeah, he's got a bucket in his hands and he's kind of staring at this inferno, just kind of shaking his head.
What do you think?
I'm sorry. Did you say he was in the crowd?
Yeah, he's part of the bucket brigade that's going on right now.
Crick is?
Yeah.
So that kind of catches both me, the player, and Geraldine by surprise. All right. Everybody to the butcher's block now. There's nobody goes near this fire. There's nothing we can do.
Coriander speaks up. Why would they burn the stables?
Add that to the list of questions we got to ask. I want
Right.
everybody at the butcher's block now.
Probably because they don't want us to leave, but let's go.
If
And,
they don't
uh,
want us to leave, as Coriander's running, if they don't want us to leave, maybe they've hurt Hartis. And Coriander runs as fast as their little feet can carry him.
And I'm going to stay until I'm sure that everybody's moving towards the butcher's block. I'm trying to get everybody that's around. I want to gather them up.
Yeah. Nobody seems like they're in a mood to question your authority, Geraldine. And the crowd begins to shuffle quickly back towards the butcher's block. Everybody roll perception, if you would, please. Once again, if you don't have any kind of specialty vision, it will be at disadvantage.
Can I default to my passive?
No, for this, go ahead and roll, if you would, please.
Well, poop. That's an 11.
Got a 17.
Hey, that's not bad at all. Okay. Ooh.
Who just mocked me?
It was Karen, I think.
It
or
was,
Jason.
definitely.
It was not me.
So it is Geraldine, in fact. As you are tagging kind of behind, making sure that everybody's ahead of you, you pass in between two buildings, and you see a figure standing kind of... You're passing by the front of these buildings. They're standing kind of just past the back side of these buildings. Right in between them, this kind of alleyway, as you're passing, you see them. And it kind of throws you for a loop at first because the shape is humanoid, but the head looks like that of a horned beast of some kind. And it stares at you with these subtly glowing eye sockets in this skull of a face, and just stands perfectly still watching you.
I think my first instinct upon seeing this figure is to start to call out to him. I said everybody to the butcher. And then kind of realizing what I'm looking at. And I need to, in part, me, the player, needs this clarification because I'm new to Caldera. Though I feel like I know the answer. Is this a humanoidish type shape that is a common race or something that would be familiar as a non-hostile, benevolent type creature within this world?
So go ahead and roll me a history check.
All right, I'm not trained in that. It shows. Got an 8.
You work for the law, right?
Yep.
So you can have advantage on this.
I am the law.
I am the law.
All right, well, that's a 6, so.
Oh,
It's 8.
all right. So no, you have no idea.
So, given what has just happened within the last 20 minutes, I think even it's so instinctive that I don't raise the rifle that I slung over my shoulder for the bucket brigade, but just all of a sudden there's that just subtle sound but distinctive sound of iron against leather and the shifting of leathers as my revolver is suddenly in my hand and pointing at this figure. You stay right there. And I'm gonna look around. I've been staying behind to make sure everybody's gone. I'm imagining everybody's gone.
Yeah, you kind of look back and forth to see where the furthest back person is from you. They're probably 20, 30 feet ahead of you at this point. And when you look back down the alleyway, there's nothing there.
I'm gonna look back where everybody's going. I'm gonna head towards where it was. I've got to investigate.
You head between these two buildings by yourself. You pass to the backs of these buildings. Again, the snow crunching beneath your feet, the wind kind of howling between these two structures. And you get to where you saw this being standing. And you can see a few footprints, maybe. But again, they're not anywhere near deep enough to have been a humanoid of that size.
All right. Looking around and not seeing anything, I'm gonna reluctantly head back in the direction of the butcher's block and be slightly creeped out because I don't know if this is just a pure coincidence, but something keeps making your eyes glow red, Jeremy. Some trick of your display. I looked up and it's very disconcerting. So. All right, yeah, I'm going to make haste towards the butcher's block.
The rest of you have been making your way back to the butcher's block. And as you approach again, you're greeted by yet another disconcerting sight. All of the horses, the ponies, the elk have all had their throats ripped from their bodies. Some of them still somewhat tied to the hitching posts.
Seeing this, Finubar is going to immediately look at the kind of the townsfolk of Crystal Lake that are sort of following and just point to the tavern door and just say, "Get your asses in that damn tavern now!" And he's going to start just guiding people past this awful sight, also kind of keeping his own eyes peeled for whoever or whatever may have done this as he approaches the entrance to the tavern.
You turn around, kind of helping to usher people into the butcher's block. And as you do so, you see a shadow pass between two buildings less than 50 yards from where you're standing.
So I rolled for this. Let's see how this goes. So Finubar continues sort of guiding people, and then he stops when he sees this shadow flitting between these buildings nearby. And again, there's that popping, crackling sound in the back of his skull as the voice says, "Go." And he immediately starts running in that direction, just leaving everybody behind and chasing after this shadow, trying to figure out what the hell this is, compelled by this spirit within him.
Does Ernesto see this?
I mean, depends on where he's at. I imagine Finn was kind of more towards the front of the people heading towards the tavern, so wherever Ernesto would have been, he may have seen it.
Yeah, I'll leave that to you.
Okay. I will roll to see if he sees it. Okay, yes. So, Ernesto number 2 is going to start the illusory one is going to start running after Finn.
All right. The two of
Coriander
you
would need to be pulled off the pony before they went in. Then we'll just assume that Coriander's pulled off with blood on their hands and then dragged into the butcher's block to safety.
I imagine it was probably Salida who did the pulling off and taking Coriander into the building.
Finnebar and Ernesto, the two of you trot off into the falling snow, the darkness, chasing after this thing. You duck between the two buildings that it seemed to have run through. You kind of come out the backside and don't see anything at first, but then you spot a humanoid figure back towards the outer skirts of town. Not quite that far, but back that direction. Leaning on a fence, maybe? It's some distance. There's a lot of heavy snow, but it looks like they're kind of just standing there.
Finn will look over his shoulder at Ernesto 2, I think, and just say, "Get Geraldine." And then he looks towards this figure, and again, the reddish-orange light flares in his eyes, almost seeming to pour out of his eyes as the tattoo just slowly illuminates on his chest. Bring her here with Salida and the others, and then he's going to just dash off full 50 feet of movement, just, again, his footprints melting the snow almost as he moves forward, running straight towards this creature.
Ernesto, you see this illusory figure, his eyes just roll to the back of his head, just white. And Ernesto, invisible, regains kind of consciousness back. I imagine him in the middle of these dead and slaughtered horses. And he regains consciousness, and he is going to walk into or towards the bar to try and get the attention of Geraldine, Salida, and Coriander.
So you walk into the butcher's block, and you can see Coriander, who's covered in blood, and Salida not far away from them. Maybe, I don't know, consoling, or at least just, not being far. But you don't see Geraldine anywhere. Finubar. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Ernesto is just going to go up to Salida and just say, you would hear your brother's voice disembodied. Finn's in trouble. We have to go.
And Salida, this would normally probably startle most people, but this is something Salida is actually quite used to from her brother. And she would just kind of say, as she was kind of looking towards Coriander, so that it looks like she's talking to him, where is Finn?
And Ernesto would give wherever they had run off to.
Okay. Salida would then turn to Coriander and looking at him in his covered in blood and probably extremely I don't know what he's like. He's looked probably into himself or however he's looking, but she looks down at him. Are you... I have to go and help Finn. Are you quite well enough to come too, or?
Coriander shaking and tears and blood, and wipes away tears from their face, and blood is left behind, and they shake their head at you. You go.
I will be back. Stay here. And with that, Selita would head out into the cold after Finnabar.
We cut back to Finnabar, who's dashing straight for this figure. Just about the time that you get to the figure, Finnabar, you realize that there's a familiarity to this figure. The coat, the jacket, the build. You realize it is Geraldine.
And he'll skid to a stop, and this is probably, I imagine, the first time that Geraldine has seen him like this before to this extent. It literally looks like there is just flickering fire pouring out of his eyes. The tattoo is illuminated on his chest, but he stops, again, leaving these sort of skid marks in the snow as it melts behind him. And he sort of freezes in place, waiting for the fire to die down, for the Firebird's thirst for justice to calm before speaking. He just says, I thought you were back at the butcher's block. Where did you? How are you out here right now? Are you all right?
There's no answer or move from Geraldine.
Geraldine? He's gonna start to reach up to his hat and sort of. There's a little bit of like a ribbon or a cloth or something sort of tied around the crown of it, and there are these little iron needles tucked into the cloth, and he starts to pull one out. And just sort of flips it in his long, dexterous, elvish fingers. Geraldine, you all right?
Still no answer. No movement.
Damn it, Jeremy. Takes a moment, looks down, and again, in the back of his skull, that crackling, fiery popping. Do it. And he's just going to throw this little iron needle directly at sort of the, I guess, like the left calf of Geraldine's leg, or what he thinks may or may not, probably may not be Geraldine in this case. So I will roll an attack, I suppose.
Yes, go for it.
Well, that's terrible. That is a 13.
There is no movement from Geraldine.
Did the
At
needle
all.
seem to impact?
I don't know if it would normally, but because she's not moving, it kind of sticks into at least, the top of her boot, something like that, and there's no response.
Shit. Yeah. If there's no response, he's gonna start to move forward slowly. His short sword out. He's gonna pull the pistol out from the rear area of his breeches. So he has the pistol in one hand, the short sword in the other hand. He's gonna get, we'll say, within about 15 feet of this figure and see how she reacts.
Again, no response, no movement, no sound.
It looks like her, right? There's no imperfections, any sort of strange ticks or things that he can see, being only 15 feet away with dark vision?
Yeah, if you move around to where you can get a little bit of an angle so you can actually see her face,
yeah,
you can see that it absolutely is Geraldine. Her eyes are wide open and unmoving. There is almost no color to her skin at all. She's as pale as the snow around her.
He's going to stop at that, kind of glance back towards the tavern, glance back, and just say, hey, you know that Magicker practitioner's license that I showed you when we first met? It's a fake. And he's going to wait and see what she says.
Again,
yeah, you
no
ain't
response.
fucking Geraldine. And he's going to immediately sort of take a moment, concentrating, feeling that flame and that rage building up within him, and I need that whatever it is to make a dexterity saving throw.
You emulate Geraldine. And you watch. You watch as Geraldine goes up in flames. It was fire-based magic?
Yeah, basically he's casting burning hands.
Yes. Yeah. She goes up as if she were made of dry leaves. And when that happens, instead of there smoke coming off of this fire, it looks like tufts or swirls of snow.
And he's standing there. I imagine it's almost like this white hot fire that just rushed out from his fingertips. He's standing there, and then again he would hear in the back of his skull, "It wasn't real. Find the others." And he's going to immediately turn around and run back towards the butcher's block, just keeping his eyes peeled for anything or anybody that looks even slightly familiar that maybe isn't pale as the snow in this case, just trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
So, turning and running back, you, I imagine, kind of coming around a corner of the building, basically run straight into Salida.
Oh shit! Sorry. And then he'll stop. Does she look normal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ugh. Sorry. I just and you probably smell. I imagine like this smell like ozone, or just smell like just the smell of burning, like fresh burning coming off of him. Sorry. I just where's Geraldine? You seen her? You seen her around? Is she in the tavern?
And at that question, Salida kind of stops and looks at you, and then realizes that she hasn't seen Geraldine for... I haven't seen her since we left the fire, actually. She's not in the saloon.
Right. So this is going to sound really crazy, and you should probably get your brother for this, but I saw her over there, and he'll point in the direction he just ran back from, but it wasn't her. Her skin was pale as the snow. I know that woman. She is tanned as the day is long because she probably spends too much damn time out in the sun. Of course, I'm one to talk, but anyway. And I, investigated like you do, and she just kind of poofed, or it just poofed into snow. So we should find the actual Geraldine. There's some kind of cluster fuckery nonsense going on around here. Let's get your brother, maybe Coriander if he's feeling all right, and we'll try and find her. You sure she's not in the tavern?
Oh, she wasn't when I left, like, seconds ago.
Shit. All right. Come on, Minnie. Where's your brother?
Where is my brother?
Where is your brother?
Ernesto, I think, would have, as soon as he had told Salida, he would have gone and started looking out for Geraldine. Ernesto won. Unless, how long has it been? About since?
Maybe a few minutes.
Since Ernesto had cast the spell that made him a double.
Maybe 5 to 10 minutes at the most.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah. The spell lasts for an hour, so. Ernesto, 1 is going to be looking for Geraldine.
And where's the double?
The double was left by Finn, just kind of standing there.
Actually, I think your brother might be back where I just was. He was just kind of standing there all weird like.
You just left him there?
I mean, he wasn't really doing anything, so I was a little more concerned about. Look, let's just go and retrieve him, and we'll figure this out. Come on. And he's gonna start moving towards the duplicate Ernesto. Magic-y bullshit.
As you go to collect Ernesto number 2, you are close to where Geraldine was kind of leaning on that fence. And as you kind of get hands on Ernesto and turn, something catches your eye. This fenced area kind of closes off like a small yard, if you will. And on the other side of that yard, on the other side of the fence, is the figure that I showed the picture of just a moment ago. Just standing there, staring at you.
You see that, right, Salida?
I think without any hesitation, Salida would fire the rifle that she has with her.
Shit.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
All right. That will be an 18 to hit.
Yes, that is a hit. Absolutely.
Okay. So that's 2. So that will be 17 points of, I guess, whatever piercing damage. I guess the rifle does.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Is your rifle magical?
No, I just got a regular rifle.
Okay. If anybody is keeping track of points on the scoreboard, then that is going to do half damage. And I always round in the party's favor, so it'll be 9. Your rifle rings out, zipping this bullet past Finubar, and you see this skulled, horned figure kind of recoil and then immediately turns and moves away with blinding speed.
First of all, maybe a warning the next time you do that, and Finn's gonna stick his finger in one pointed ear, just kind of clear it out for a moment. Mop. There we go. All right, I can hear myself. Second thing, shit. Third thing, we need to get the others, like, right now. And he'll point to Ernesto, get just Mr. Stands around over there, and we need to find Coriander and we need to find Geraldine right now, because this is a problem. And he's going to just sort of trail after you, Salida, just making sure, again, keeping an eye out for that horned figure.
Just a heads up, you would know that this is not Ernesto right away as soon as you try to touch him, because he's not there. He's just
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, so we were just about to put hands on him when the weird Krampus thing showed up. So I imagine we touch him, the hand goes through. Oh, got it. Right. So where's your actual brother then?
Just Salida, like, how far away can Ernesto get from his double?
There's actually no
limit.
No limit.
Oh, okay. My brother could be anywhere at this moment.
Well, crap.
What
about Coriander? Where's he at?
Last I left, he was inside the butcher's block. He was in no shape for anything.
Well, unfortunately, we don't
fine.
really have the luxury of choosing as far as that goes. We need to get in there, we need to grab him, and then we need to go find the other two ASAP. We can talk him around, I'm sure, right? You know?
Yeah. You
All
can
right,
try. That's... And she would look kind of almost concerned, like, at the shape of Ernesto just standing there, because she does not know where her brother has gotten to in the last time, and she's kind of lost him at this point. So she will return with you, Finubar, to the butcher's block. where she last left Coriander.
We'll
And
find
as you-
him. Yeah.
And as you entered into the butcher's block, you'd see Coriander is still covered in dried blood, but their face is very a mixture of solemn and stalwart. Coriander holds an object in hand that you're in the air and says, "I'm ready."
You sure?
Coriander looks to you, Finn, and says, "I'm ready."
And Finn will nod and just say, "Well, you're a true Calderan now. Come on." And he'll walk out. I guess trying to see any sign of like footprints, look like maybe Geraldine's boots or whatever kind of boots Ernesto wears, anything at all to try and lead us to where either of the two of them may be.
So before we get to that point, Finubar and Solida, the two of you that saw this figure, both of you can roll history checks. Finubar, I'm going to say that you have advantage on this particular check.
Excellent, because I have a -1 to history. Well, I rolled a 12 -1, which is an 11, and then I rolled a 13 -1, which is 12.
Okay.
I got a 4.
Finn isn't
Ooh.
too smart.
All right. Yeah. Neither one of you has any idea, any kind of knowledge about this creature, person, whatever it is. You're in the butcher's block. You've gathered Coriander, and you're about to head back out looking for Geraldine and Ernesto. Just as you finished kind of declaring that this is the plan, you turn and take a few steps, and you hear this boom, 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 boom. Clank, clank, clank. Somebody's on the roof. Boom, 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 boom.
Well, and I have a feeling this is going to become a theme for tonight. Shit.
Glass breaks from a room upstairs.
Yep. Finn will look to the other two. I'd really like to try and find Geraldine and Ernesto, but this thing keeps, whatever this thing is, just keeps poofing in and out whenever it damn well pleases. If we lose it, I don't know if we're going to be able to find it again. What do you two think?
Let's go after it.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say that. All right, and Finn will rush up first, again feeling the fiery rage of the firebird within him as he darts up the stairs.
Lita is following him, but she's at this point has reslung the rifle, and hands are on her pistols, one on either side.
Ernesto, invisibly, you've been stalking around outside, searching, looking for any sign of Geraldine. At some point, you saw one of these darting shadows, and it seems to be heading back in the direction of the butcher's block.
I think getting cold and worried, Princess Alita, Ernesto would continue walking, start walking towards the shadow.
Hidden from the view of animals and humankind, you are able to put eyes on a different creature as it all out runs towards the tavern. And looking back at the butcher's block, you can see a figure kind of backlit by the kind of the glow of the stars and moonlight on the roof.
So there's 2 creatures now, or just the one?
There are 2 that you see.
No.
This one, although it moves unlike a person, it very much has the shape and clothing of a person. I'm gonna hold off on that.
So I think that with this, um, I don't know. I think that Ernesto wants to get back to his sister to help her. Although I guess he doesn't know that she's in there at the moment. So I think he calls out to the one on the ground that he sees, and he takes out this deck of cards, and he is going to ready a spell for when it turns around, and you can get a closer look at it.
Okay. So we are now going to move into initiative. So first up is Ernesto. So are you wanting to simply ready? Or do you want to go ahead and
yeah,
cast?
once I think he would actually go ahead and cast, and you would see he takes these cards and he spreads them out in his hand so that he has both halves in each hand, and he mixes them together, and you see what looks to be one card kind of shoot out from the middle of the deck, but it turns black in an instant and begins to elongate out and is going to cut through the head of this thing as he is going to cast Mind Spike on it. So he has to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Ooh. So I'm assuming it probably passed. It got a 23. I rolled a 20.
Okay. So it still takes half damage. This is going to be psychic damage.
Okay.
So, that is going to be a 10, so cut in half is 5 psychic damage.
All right. So that one takes 5. This card lances forward and, as you said, it passes straight through this thing's head. And it stops in its run and begins to turn around towards you. I think we might get a small shot of Ernesto's face, maybe kind of going wide, and we head back inside. Those of you who are inside the butcher's block can hear the footfalls of a creature upstairs moving around. It sounds like possibly heading in your direction. The people downstairs are trembling with fear. They've gathered inside of Crick's small little storeroom and are huddled against the back wall. You are making your way up the stairs when you hear another sound. Another broken window, this one from the downstairs storeroom. It sounds like they are closing in on you. Ernesto. We come back to you. Now visible? If you made an attack? I think that's typically the way it works.
Yes. I don't know. This spell is very. Actually, yes, I would, because Mind Spike is another concentration spell.
There you go. Okay, so we see where you've kind of stopped to cast this spell in the first place, where the snow had kind of settled on your invisible shoulders and your hat, as you now kind of fade back into the visible spectrum. And this creature turns around to fully face you, and you can see the bottom part of this thing's face is just hanging open, and its tongue is lolling out of its mouth, almost moving like a snake back and forth. And this carnage around its neck forms this kind of almost like a bandana would for a bandit. It looks at you with these elongated daggers for teeth, and you can see these pinpricks of red light where its eyes should be underneath the shadow of the brim of its hat. It turns and looks at you and just kind of makes this noise. And then it rushes forward. What is your AC?
My AC is 10.
Okay. It runs forward with incredible speed, and it gets within maybe 10 feet of you or so, and it leaps like a large cat straight at you. I need you to make a strength saving throw, if you would, please, as it makes contact with one of its elongated claws.
Does it hit me, or is it going to
Yes.
do damage? Because I have a reaction.
Okay, yes, it is going to hit you and deal damage.
Okay. So, just as this thing is going to hit, Ernesto takes one of these cards and he holds it by the corners and he flails his arms out to create so that this card elongates and brightens into this blue light as he casts Shield, which gives him a +5 to AC.
So that takes it from to a 15?
Yes.
Yeah, that's unfortunately, you pull that card up in front of you, and this thing takes its other claw and just rends the card just with this kind of noise, tearing through it almost like, for a modern example, like football players through that big banner that they put on the side of the field, and comes down on you with its other claw.
Okay. That strength that you need me to make was a
Yes.
dirty 20. Yes.
Okay, so this thing lands on you and digs into the side of your ribs with its elongated fingers, these talon-like fingers, and it deals 13 points of slashing damage.
As he does so, you see that the card this card is not truly broken. It almost as if there was 2 layers underneath. And I'm going to be using my arcane ward, which is if I cast an abjuration spell of 1st level or higher, I create a magical ward that kind of acts as like a temporary HP shield.
Excellent. Okay. However, this thing tried to basically take you down to the ground with its weight, but you were able to resist and keep your feet underneath you. But this thing is, for all intents and purposes, kind of like riding on you at the moment. And it's just making all kinds of racket and kind of trying to lash at you with this very long tongue. Okay. Coriander, back inside. It is your turn.
I would say that Ernesto, something reverberates in Ernesto's mind. The pizzicato violin from earlier. You have bardic inspiration with a D10. Coriander is staring straight up at the ceiling, at the roof, hearing the creaks. That thing is still up there, right? Coriander is going to find a place that's like a good hiding spot, and Coriander's actually going to like aim the Derringer up at the ceiling and maybe set up a what do you call the reactive action? The
Ready action?
The ready action.
Mm-hmm.
To if anything breaks through, to fire on it.
Excellent. All right. For Coriander, we go to Solida.
So you said we heard the one above us, and then we hear one breaking down a window in the storeroom on the ground floor?
Yes. You have heard 2 different windows break at this point. One upstairs, one downstairs.
Okay.
You also
I think
hear
at this
movement
point,
on the roof still.
she would motion to Finnebar, you take that one, I'll go to the downstairs. And because Finnebar was higher up on the stairs, I think, because she was following him.
Monk movement, but yes. Yeah, he'll just nod. All right, be careful.
And so I'm going to reverse my steps and go towards the sound of the breaking glass in the storeroom.
Okay, so you dismount the stairs and make your way back behind the bar here in the butcher's block, and are able to basically move up to the door that separates this back storeroom from the main kind of common space of this tavern. And you can hear something is moving around in there.
I would like to open the door with a hand that's now holding a pistol. So basically using the pistol to kind of swing the door open.
Okay. Yeah, so you kind of maybe reach over with like your other hand and kind of activate the latch so that you can kind of, push it open, and you loosen it and then reach up with your pistol hand and kind of swing the door open and look in the back. And there's another creature that is standing there, making its way across the room towards you. It looks like a woman who would work in a place like this. She has fairly nice looking clothes on, and her hair is done up, though some of it is a little disheveled. There's a lot of blood on her and on her clothing, but her eyes and her mouth are not right. She has a mouth filled with very long teeth and covered in blood, and her eyes are small little red pinpricks of light.
So I have used the move action and then an action to open the door, correct?
Opening the door is just an interact, so you get one of those for free every round.
Okay, so I still have my action left?
Yes,
I
that is
would
correct.
like to, with the hand that no one was really paying attention to because we're focused on the pistol, the other hand all of a sudden kind of snaps out, and there's almost like an extension that goes with it, as it was actually holding the whip that has been coiled around her hip. And this whip is going to snap out at the creature that's coming towards her twice. Because I have 2 attacks.
Okay, excellent.
So that will be a 16 and a 22.
Yes, both of those will make
Oh,
contact.
beautiful. Okay. So we're talking 8 and 9 as she kind of lashes out at this creature, snaps it once, snaps it twice. And with an offhand attack, if you would let me, I would like to fire that pistol that was coming in as a bonus action.
Excellent, okay. Yeah.
And that would be a 21.
Yes, also hits.
For 12 more points of damage.
And what was the damage from the first 2 again?
It was an 8 and a 9, so 17
29 total.
and 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. None of
okay.
which is magical.
None of which, okay. All right, so... You watch as the cracks of your whip split the ivory-colored flesh of this creature, as well as your pistol causing a wound that doesn't seem as mortal as it should. It leaves wounds, and it leaves blood trickling down from these wounds, but it doesn't bleed like a normal wound would. Firebird.
Righto. So Finn, ignoring the sounds of scuffling going on downstairs, is going to immediately continue moving 50 feet up to see if he can find at least one of these broken windows that one of these creatures has come through in the upstairs level of the butcher's block. Does he see anything?
Yes. You go upstairs, open the first room that's kind of at the top of the flight of stairs into a room that somebody would lent, and you throw open the door, and there's this creature standing just on the other side of the door. Again, mouth filled with gnashing teeth and pinpricks of red light for eyes staring out from beneath the brim of its hat.
And instinctively, the Firebird reacts within Finn, and he snaps out. He's going to punch at this creature's face, and as he does, there's these trailing streams of this blinding white fire as he punches at this creature. That is going to be a natural 20. How do you handle crits, Jeremy? It's been a hot minute.
So, the way that I do crits is you take whatever your maximum damage output would be from that attack. So, dice plus modifiers. And then you roll your dice a second time and add the modifiers a second time.
Okay. So then the first impact is this fist, I imagine, just a quick rabbit punch right to this creature's face, is going to do a total of 16 points of magical bludgeoning damage. And then the second attack, you said roll the dice again. Is that correct? Right?
So was the 16 from your critical?
Yeah, it was. It was.
Okay.
Then did you say that you roll the dice again, or you don't? That's just it.
So when you gave the 16 damage, is that...
That's the max I could do with that attack.
Okay. So that's the max that you could do, but go ahead and roll the die and add your modifiers as if you would be doing damage normally, and that's going to be put together with your maximum damage.
Roger that. So that's an additional 7 points of magical bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, so the whole thing is 23.
Okay. And then I imagine as the creature is sort of staggering back, he's just going to sort of use his momentum to carry him forward, and he's going to kind of crack his elbow into the side of the creature's head with a second attack, which is not nearly as good. That is going to be a 13 to hit.
Okay. You slam your fist into this thing, and there's kind of this crack as this thing staggers back from your first blow, and you follow up with this elbow, and it slams into the side of this thing's shoulder, missing its head, and it's almost like the wooden training dummies that you used to work on. It's hitting something like that. It's solid, and there's kind of like this, hitting your funny bone kind of shock that kind of shoots up your arm from contact. The second strike missed. Okay,
now let me check one thing real quick, just to make sure I'm reading this correctly. Okay, so then he is going to use a bonus action, again, sort of taking a moment to concentrate on the feeling of this raging fire, this need to kill these things that have tormented at least the Henderson family and tormented the people of Crystal Lake. He's going to burn a key point, and he is going to unleash a flurry of blows. So let me go ahead and mark that off. And so that's 2 more unarmed strikes. So after sort of wincing a little bit at the pain in his elbow, he's going to just come around with just like a straight out, like a horse kick kind of thing towards this creature's chest. That is going to be a 25 to hit.
Yes.
And that is going to do 9 points of magical bludgeoning damages. Again, I imagine the foot sort of hits, and there's this flare of white fire, and maybe even this like distant scream of like a hawk or a large condor, some kind of bird. And then he is going to swing again with his right fist, and that is terrible. That is 10 to hit, so that one does not hit. I imagine he sort of overextends himself a little bit, staggers forward, and then wheels back again, this reddish-orange light pouring from his eyes, his mouth, the tattoo just blazing with light on his chest, and that is going to end his turn.
Excellent. So as that scuffle happens in the room at the top of the stairs, and a small bit of a shootout erupts downstairs outside of the storeroom, we go back outside. Ernesto, it's your turn.
Ernesto faces this thing almost on top of him, trying to essentially eviscerate him and make him lose his footing. And Ernesto attempts to unbutton his coat, his very, very large coat that covers most of his face. And as he does so, these ravens come flying out from around his coat and his face, these black ravens with these eyes of blood, and they begin to flap all around this thing, and he casts a Phantasmal Killer on this thing, and it has to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Excellent. Wisdom save. Oh my god. That's probably not going to make it. That's a 10 total.
That does not make it. So it is frightened, and at the end of each of its turn, it has to make a Wisdom saving throw or take damage, and it takes 19 points of psychic damage.
It will take 19 points, or it takes it right now also?
At the end of its turn. Sorry. At the end of its
Okay. Okay, remind me of that, please.
Okay.
Okay, and is that all for Ernesto's turn?
Yes.
Okay. This creature responds, lets go of you, and kind of drops into this kind of crouch in the snow beside you, takes one last look at you, and then turns and runs. It reaches the side of a nearby building with its arms out, and then begins to run on all fours up the side of the building, making this kind of noise as it flees from you. So as that was kind of all wrapped up into a response from your turn, if you wanted to like take a move, I'm okay with you doing so.
Yeah, I think Anessa would be heading towards the saloon.
Okay, absolutely. So this thing has left you, and you take that lapse of, attack to head back towards the tavern as fast as you can. Meanwhile, inside, this creature that's upstairs with Finubar, it's going to turn and try to reciprocate. It's going to lash out with these talon-like fingers, one from its left hand and then another from its right. What is your armor class?
18.
Okay, the first one hits. Wait a second. Okay. Okay, so it is going to, instead of dealing damage from this first hit, as it digs its claws into your body, it curls its fingers inwards to get a good hold of you, and you are now grappled instead of you taking damage. It pulls you in close, however, and for its second attack, instead of taking it with its claws, it's going to lower its mouth towards your throat. You said it was an 18?
18.
Yeah. It sinks its teeth into the flesh of your neck.
I'm gonna make you re-roll that with a...
Okay, all right.
I have a sneaking suspicion I know what this is.
Okay, that is going to miss. So what does it look like when your lucky changes the course of what was going to happen?
Gotcha. So I imagine as, Finubar is sort of recovering himself from overextending on that last punch, he feels the creature just sort of coiling and engulfing around him. But then as the fangs sink toward his neck, the Firebird's voice actually comes out of his mouth, is just hanging slack, and she just says, "No, I don't think so," and just jerks the head to the side so the creature's fangs kind of clack together, and it completely misses, sinking its fangs into Finubar's neck. That's basically what that looks like.
Excellent. As this thing is kind of recovering from this strike that it thought for certain it was going to land, you get a good look at some of these broken bones and split skin that you caused with your raining blows, and notice that they've all started to knit closed. It is still not healed, but it is certainly less damaged than it was just a moment before. Downstairs, in the storeroom, likewise, this creature is going to close with you, Solida. and attempt the same thing on you. Striking out with its claw first. What is your armor class?
My armor class is 18, but just as the creature is coming towards her, it's like a glint from the light in this room catches on this bolero jacket that Selita wears, this colorful, studded, almost sequin jacket, and the light glints on it, and it's like a flash of light appears in the creature's eyes, and it will have disadvantage on this roll.
Excellent. Okay. So the second roll was a 20. But the first one, the disadvantaged roll, it did total out to an 18. So, though this creature was momentarily blinded to a degree, it seems to have already been en route to making contact. It's going to do the same thing. It's going to forego doing damage and instead is going to grapple you. And then is it going to attempt to bite you. 18 on the die. Okay. So, it sinks its teeth into your neck. You are going to take 12 points of piercing damage and 11 points of necrotic damage. The necrotic damage reduces your max hit points by that amount, and you cannot heal in the next round. There's a searing... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, so I take damage as well as reduce my max. Is that correct?
Yes.
So okay.
This thing latches on and begins to drink the essence straight out of your veins. Like some warped version of a leech. Okay. In the common room, Coriander, you hear this boom, and the boards of the roof splinter as one of these clawed hands punches through and starts to try to rip the boards of the roof away. You have a readied action, so you may take your shot.
The trigger of the shaky derringer is pulled. Ooh, yeah. Okay. 25 to hit.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, that's good. Alright. Derringer is the 2d4 plus my dex mod. Nine total points of damage.
Is it magical at all?
No.
Okay. So once again, the wound caused far lesser damage than you have seen this gun do on previous engagements. Was there anything else that you were doing with your turn?
Yep, definitely. So this is coming through the ceiling of the tavern.
Wait, hold on. Yes, I'm sorry.
Sure, no
this
worries.
was a readied action. I forgot that we weren't actually on your turn. So yeah, this thing is busting through the roof, and that's basically what it's going to be spending its time doing, trying to make a hole large enough for it to fit through. And you pop this shot at this thing, and it passes straight through the side of its abdomen, and it recoils for just a moment, but then goes right back to what it was doing.
I feel good about the shot for now.
Yes. So it is actually now going to be your turn because they're all done with their turn.
Excellent. I hear something underneath me in the storeroom below, some sort of clatter, and I think, I hope Salida has taken care of that. I hope Salida's okay. Because Coriander's attention is directly on the ceiling. Coriander's going to move over to the piano with the dead key and kind of hide behind it. Coriander's very good at hiding, and I'm going to attempt to make that the case. If I hit any of the keys on the piano on accident, will Solida or Finubar hear it?
I would imagine so.
You hear I stumble into the keyboard of the piano and just like hit like it's not musical whatsoever, but for some reason you feel bardic inspiration inside you. That D10, it's just any tone that I weave and create tends to stick in more ways than one. I'm going to try to hide in plain sight near this piano. Ooh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. 17 total. And that's my move and action.
You watch as this creature continues to kind of tear these boards away, and it tears the board away and kind of sticks its head down past where its body's kind of resting on the roof, straight in the direction where you were just standing on the stairs, and it casts its head kind of around as if searching for you like a predator. It doesn't seem to see you. Solida, it is your turn.
So I have this thing that's still, is this still attached to my neck at this point, or just...
Yes, it is latched on. You are still grappled.
I would like to squirm out of this grapple hold. Can I do that with acrobatics, or what is it? Or sleight of hand or something?
It is... I think you can choose athletics or acrobatics. Making an escape attempt.
I would like to escape using acrobatics.
Okay.
Go ahead and add that D10 to that roll, I believe, because that is a dexterity ability check.
Yes.
Because you're inspired by the off note that I accidentally hit on the piano.
That off note was amazing. It gave me a 10 on that D10. So
Nice.
that will be a 25.
Will absolutely be enough. So what does it look like as you escape this thing's grasp?
It's almost like Salida kind of contorts her body slightly, and it almost looks like maybe bones break or dislocate or something, but they don't actually. And she just kind of slithers out from underneath this creature's grasp. Were we grappled on the ground, or we were standing, or were we still standing?
No, you were still standing.
Okay, so it's more like maybe I was against the wall and I was able to slither away from the wall, so the creature kind of falls towards the wall a little bit. And then Salida would take this time to like move around behind it. Escaping is an action, right? Escaping from the grapple is an action. Yeah.
Yes.
I would like to then use my action surge to
Excellent.
Attack it with my whip again.
Okay.
Twice. Oh, that's not so good. 13 and a 19.
The 13 whips across the surface of this creature, but seems to leave no permanent mark. The 19, however, will do so.
Okay. And I am going to use a superiority die to make this a trip attack, so that this creature also must make a strength saving throw or will become knocked prone. Save DC is 17.
It failed with a 9.
Okay, so it's going to take 15 points of damage from the whip attack that then trips it. It must wraps around its legs, and Solita is able to pull its legs out from underneath itself, and it falls down to the ground, prone.
Again, it kind of makes this this angry kind of noise as it's becoming frustrated with its quarry.
And I think I still have a bonus action left, right? So with my offhand, I will again fire that pistol as it's writhing there on the ground.
Excellent. So normally with ranged weapons you would have disadvantage, but you are literally standing over this thing. So instead of disadvantage, this is going to apply advantage.
Oh, nice. That will give it a 21 to hit.
Yes.
Okay, for 9 points of damage.
Okay.
And that is all I can do.
You drag this thing to its feet, pull it close to you, and then just standing over it, reach down with this pistol and put some lead in it. It still seems like it's got plenty of fight in it, however. These things are savage. Alright, that brings us to Firebird.
Yeah, so Finnebar is firstly going to attempt to escape that grapple with some sweet-ass acrobatics. That is a 17.
That, too, is enough to free yourself. So what does that look like?
Awesome. So I imagine he just jerked his head to the side. He sort of somehow manages to wedge his foot up against this thing's chest, and he literally kind of does the backflip off of its body, landing a few feet away from it. And then he is going to, because that's an action. Ooh, let's see. Just make sure that's a thing. No, we can't do that. Well, poopkiss. He's going to use another key point, and I imagine to this creature like these sort of radiant wings of this fiery white light start to spread out from the tattoo as he basically takes up a patient defense. The light is probably a little blinding, so basically any attacks made against him by this creature will have disadvantage. And he, you know what, actually he's going to move. He will move sort of out of this room back out onto the landing so he can kind of look out over the butcher's block as a whole. The creature would be able to take an opportunity attack at disadvantage.
It will do so. A 17 to hit.
That will miss.
Okay, excellent. So as you depart, it narrowly misses a swipe at you with its claw. And you move back out onto the landing, and you can see down into the common space of the butcher's block, and you can see one of these things is coming through the roof. And it's kind of looking around. Having lost sight of its quarry, its eyes now settle on you. Downstairs, you can hear the scuffle between Solida and what has to be another one of these creatures unfolding.
Any sign of Geraldine in this area at all? Anything?
No, not as of yet. She's still missing.
All right. That'll be it for him.
Okay. We are back around outside with Ernesto.
Ernesto is going to run into the saloon if he can. And he charges in, and I imagine the first person he sees is Coriander. And he just...
Coriander points to the ceiling.
Ernesto nods and just silently says, whispers, "Where's Salida?"
Coriander's eyes flutter downward.
Another nod, and Ernesto's going to, as quietly as he can, make his way towards downstairs as far as he can get with his movement.
Okay, and just to clarify, when I said downstairs, what I meant is like ground level. So, Solida's basically just kind of at the back, behind the bar, where they would store a lot of the food and drinks and whatnot. Just downstairs in relative to where Firebird was.
So Coriander glances over toward the bar.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay.
So you're able to rush over to the bar and kind of see into this open doorway back into the storeroom where your sister is tangling with one of these things.
Is he able to do an action, or did that take up all of his movement?
No, you can go ahead and take an action.
In the same way, Ernesto is going to take these cards that he has, and he shuffles them, and he takes them, and he takes 4 of them, and he flicks them in all different directions, and they begin to hover over this thing that is on top of Salida, and these things all of a sudden become large spiders that are hanging from webs. These cards turn into these spiders, and they begin to crawl all over this thing that is on Salida, and he is going to cast another Phantasmal Killer, so it must make a Wisdom saving throw.
That is a total of 7. No, sorry, total of 10.
Okay. So it does not pass. And then for this one, whenever it ends its turn, it has to make a saving throw or take damage.
Excellent.
But it is now afraid.
Okay. So Ernesto has rushed forward. Solida, you're fighting with this thing. You basically just get enough space between it and you so that you can feel just a little bit more comfortable. And all of a sudden, is it only it that sees the spiders?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. All of a sudden, this thing just starts to have a freak out session. Just flailing around, and it turns and runs and jumps out the broken window, screaming into the night. Okay. The one that is in the room upstairs where Finn just left it, it chases you back into the common space and is going to attempt to claw at you.
And remember, these are all disadvantage.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Damn. That's an 18 with the disadvantage.
That'll meet. Okay.
And okay. And this one, he is just going to go for the 2. That one probably will not with a 9, so...
Yeah, that'll miss.
Alright, so he strikes at you with both of these claws, only managing to land the first one. And you're going to take 8 points. Nope. 11 points of slashing damage as this thing kind of rakes across your back. Meanwhile, the one that's coming through the roof manages to open up a hole large enough, and it crawls into that hole and comes to the underside of the ceiling and begins to crawl along the underside of the ceiling. Makes its way towards one of the walls and then starts to move down the wall. The other two are running, but they need to take potential damage. So they both make a saving throw again? Is that correct, Megan? Or did one of them, was the damage automatic?
No, just one of them is going to be making the...
Okay.
Saving.
It's a wisdom?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. That's only a 9.
Right. So it is going to be taking 20 points of psychic damage.
Oosh. Okay. There's another howl outside in the night that sounds like it's fleeing from this scene of carnage. And just then, as their numbers have been halved, there is a cry from the room where the people have all huddled. Oh, it's the law woman. She's back. In the front door, Geraldine.
You hear Geraldine come walking into the Butcher's Block Inn saloon. Stopping in the center of the saloon and looking around. Is Finnabar down here yet, or is Finn upstairs still?
He's on the landing still.
But visible, or?
Oh yeah, he's visible.
Actually, is everybody visible, or is Salita sort of in the back room, or?
Yeah, Salita's kind of out of sight in the back room, but you can see Ernesto kind of standing just in the doorway of the back room, and you may or may not be able to see Coriander hiding by the piano. And then
Roll that
Finnabar's
perception.
upstairs.
18 perception.
Yeah.
You see Coriander first.
It's been a change of plans. Doesn't look like anybody's gonna be leaving Crystal Lake anytime soon. And the hand that rests on my revolver moves lightning fast. And I take 2 shots in quick succession. And the first shot is a 8-19. And the second shot is only an 8. Coriander, do those hit you?
The first one definitely does. You jerk.
I only rolled a 1. So that's only going to be 6 points of magical piercing damage from this enchanted revolver.
Would you say that, sorry, one sec. Would you say that Coriander is 30 feet from Ernesto?
I would imagine so. Yeah, because you're more or less kind of halfway through the room as far as like the width goes, so.
Coriander, I can imagine that you almost flinch preemptively to this damage, this gun, but you don't feel the pain. as this card-shaped shield blue just immediately comes in front of you, and it is going to take the damage as I use one of my reactions. Projected ward.
Wow.
To absorb the damage.
Coriander's family would never approve. Coriander flashes back to the words that their parents once spoke. It's better to die than to live because of magic. This is a curse that's been bestowed upon us. This is no gift. And so he feels sinful in that Coriander has now feeling the opposite of ashamed. Coriander takes a deep breath, looks down, sees what happened, looks back up to Geraldine. Does Buchanan look like different?
Pale. Much paler than you remember. And with Ernesto casting this shield spell, throwing this card, you would see Geraldine snarl. And as her lips curl up ferally, you would see at least one elongated canine tooth protruding from her upper jaw. You shouldn't have done that, Ernesto. But that does end Geraldine's turn.
Okay. From Geraldine, we go to Coriander.
I was going to ask a question, but I don't think that Coriander would have any clue. So I think Coriander is going to attempt to... Coriander is going to reach into their pocket and pull something out. It's the object that they held in their hand. Opens the hand. It's a simple piece of metal, some sort of metal. Coriander looks directly at what was formerly the sheriff of Crystal Lake and, unashamed, casts Hold Monster. Choose a creature that Coriander can see within the range. This would be Geraldine must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be paralyzed for the duration, up to 1 minute. This spell has no effect on undead. Is Geraldine undead?
Point in fact, yes, she is.
Geraldine, you see this ability just kind of like waft around you. It's pretty amazing, actually. The display of magic is gorgeous and vibrant, and you hear tones and rhythms from all around you that just kind of tend to manifest. The scrambling of Coriander's feet backing up against off the wooden floor against the piano sounds like percussion. You hear the still strings inside the piano resonate, but it has no effect on you. You're immune to that. And Coriander looks terrified.
Okay. I'm sorry, it looked like you wanted to say something, Jake. So I was hanging on.
No, I was just laughing. Actually, I wanted to ask a question, and this is purely a flavor thing. And you can say no, and that's cool, and we'll move on. But in my former self, I had these features that provided benefits to people within 10 feet of me. Would those go away Or would those have an inverse effect? Or would those only affect my new allies?
I would say they'd probably affect your new allies.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Okay.
Do I have any allies
Santa
in the
Claus.
immediate vicinity?
What is the range?
Any creature, friendly creatures within 10 feet of me have a +3 bonus to all saving throws, cannot be frightened, and, no, that's a special ability. So those two are passive abilities. If they're within 10 feet of me, +3 to saving throws, and can't be frightened.
Okay. They're a little bit out of the range because they've had time to move away. The ones that are currently under the effects.
That's all right. I'll deal with these folks.
Okay. So that was... Crap, I forgot whose turn that was.
Salida should be next.
Okay, Coriander just...
Yeah, it was
okay,
Coriander that
excellent.
went.
Thank you. So yeah, Salida, you're up.
So I guess Salida, so much has happened since I think Salida would come out of this back room. The creature has now fled out the window, right? She looks to Ernesto, then she hears this Geraldine's talking in the other room. She goes and she sees Geraldine fire at Coriander. Yeah, and I think without hesitation, she's going to get within like the 10 feet range, and she is going to lash out with her whip towards Geraldine. And we'll try to hit you. That was going to be a 20, a dirty 20 to hit.
That's a hit.
Okay, so we're going to try to make this a disarming attack. So I'm going to spend a superiority die, and you need to make a strength saving throw versus 17.
That is going to be a 14.
Okay, so you have a gun in your hand, right?
I did.
Yeah, that's what's falling down onto the ground. And you are going to take 14 points of damage from the whip as it lashes around your hand, disarming you of that weapon.
Is it a magical whip?
No. And then as she recoils the whip back again, it's going to try and lash out at you. That's a nat 1 this time, though, so no.
What was the second attack?
A nat 1.
Oh.
Yeah.
That does not hit me.
It did not hit you. It got tangled up in the chandelier, the antler chandelier that's up above the ceiling. So I think within desperation, she would then take that pistol that she's got in her offhand and fire at you. That's a bonus. That's a 12. So I don't think that hits. It goes wild.
I imagine it's almost like a supernaturally fast sort of, and just moving out of the way of that shot.
The first lash of your whip cracks true, and as you're pulling it away, having disarmed Geraldine, it actually catches in that chandelier, and when you pull it free, that chandelier actually collapses down onto the ground with this several of the antlers and horns break and shatter whenever it hits the ground, but there's many of them that are still there. So there is this giant bush of pointy bits dominating the center of the room currently. All right, Firebird.
Well,
Say it.
Yep. So, first thing, were there any of these fuckers up there with Finn, or had they moved on at that point?
I believe there is still one that is on top of the landing with you, just outside the room.
Neat. Well, yep, he's gonna do it. So he looks behind him as he hears the two gunshots coming from Geraldine. He sees what Salita is doing, what Ernesto is doing, and he sort of looks for a moment, and then the fiery reddish light that's been pouring off him just turns blinding white, and just in a fluid motion he leaps forward, and he is going to just unload on Geraldine, just this flurry of attacks. So the creature up on the balcony or whatever can make a opportunity attack.
It will do so. Also at disadvantage?
No, the dodge action.
Not this time. Okay.
Yeah.
It's going to lash out. Damn, dude. It rolled a 12 on the die again, which is a total of 18.
Nice, just because I think it's dope-ass flavor. As Finn just sort of lunges away, almost instinctively, the Firebird snaps his right wrist back to intercept the claw, and it pings off these just ugly gunmetal bracers that he's wearing, and the claw rebounds back. As Finn stands before you, Geraldine, but it's not really Finn. You just see this white flame pouring out of his eyes, the tattoo on his chest flaring, and he just punches you right in the face with a 21 to hit.
Yep.
And that is 6 points of magical bludgeoning damage. And as you stagger back, he follows it up with a brutal uppercut, another 21 to hit for 8 points of magical bludgeoning damage. And then I need you to make me a DC 14 Constitution saving throws. He's going to attempt stunning strike.
All right, let's see. That is a 16 on the die, so that is going to be
A pass.
a 21.
Yeah, so that passes. So it doesn't quite hit where he wanted it to, but he uses the momentum. He lands and then just stretches out his hands, and he just says, "Spirits, damn you, Geraldine," and he unleashes this torrent of white fire. I need you to make me a dex saving throw, please.
Oh, I was hoping somebody was going to make me make a dex saving throw.
Well, poop.
Well, there's an 8 on the die,
What's your
but with a
bonus?
plus 11, that's a 19.
Well, tits. That's not good. But you still take 7 points of fire damage as this kind of sheet of white fire singes you a little bit. And Finn is now directly in front of you. The Firebird is now directly in front of you as this voice says, "Disappointing, Geraldine Buchanan." And that is it for Finn's turn.
All right. That brings us back around with Ernesto.
Ernesto has not moved from his spot at the doorway of the cellar, and he is looking at Geraldine. And he begins to shuffle his cards, and you can see that his mouth begins to move. And Geraldine, your attention is grabbed to it, but you're not sure why. You can't hear what he's saying, but his mouth keeps moving. But what you can hear is the shuffling of the cards. And as they shuffle more and more, you almost think that you can hear a voice within the cards. Geraldine. And it just, this motion of these cards, this rhythm keeps pounding, and you hear, "You don't have to do this. Don't 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 do this." And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
The 17 on the die, that's a 25.
nothing happens.
Okay. The other two creatures, these other two vampires, realize that they may have stumbled into a situation that they're not going to walk away from. And they quietly kind of back away into the darkness, leaving Geraldine on her own.
I imagine one of those moments as Ernesto is shuffling these cards, and this voice is echoing, Geraldine, Geraldine. And the other vampires are using this opportunity to escape. It's one of those cinematic moments where the camera is panning around, moving around Geraldine, and you can kind of moving in and amongst all the other characters, and you see Ernesto, and you see Coriander, and up close Finn, Salida not too far away. And as the camera's spinning around, you see, particularly from the blows that Finn has done, you see the blood that is dripping from her face, from her split lip and broken nose. And she reaches up and looks at the blood on her hand and licks at it. But you also notice that some of this blood, she reaches up and sort of snaps her nose back into place. And you notice that her nose no longer looks broken. But you also notice that the blood of Geraldine, as well as blood that Coriander had tracked in from Hardest the donkey on the floor, any blood in the area begins to lift and swirl and form these sort of amorphous globes of almost living blood that begin moving and rotating around Geraldine as I am casting Spirit Guardians. And that means that let's see, when you cast a spell, nobody's going to be safe from this. An affected creature's speed is half. Let's see, hold on, they flit around you. I'm trying to see when it takes effect. Here we go. An affected creature's speed is halved in the area, and when the creature enters the area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 3d8 radiant, so I don't know if that's now necrotic, Jeremy. That's, I guess. And oh yeah, it is, because I'm evil. So and then you'll take half as much. So yeah, that'll specifically the range is 15 feet. So I know Salida and Finn are in that range. Oh, I'm not sure about the other two.
I'm wondering if Ernesto is able can use his reaction to cast counterspell.
Ooh.
Yes, you absolutely can.
What level does that automatically succeed at?
I think it's 3rd
3 or lower?
But it
Yes.
depends on what spell slot she uses.
Yes.
Yes. So if it's 3 or lower, it's automatic.
Yes.
All right. So what does that look like then when you cast counterspell against Geraldine? Sorry, Jeremy. I feel like I just stole the DM chair from you. Give me that.
Sorry, I'm just Yeah. Okay. I imagine that all of these bloodied spirits are coming up, rising from the ground, and I can imagine that this smirk comes across Geraldine's face as these otherworldly screams and moans begin to fill the saloon, and all of a sudden, just you see these cards just fly out in all directions and just slice through each of these phantasms, splitting them in half. And for a moment, they almost act in stasis as they pause, and then the blood drops to the ground.
That's why I knew I could throw it to you, because that's exactly how I was gonna have them just. Yeah, because that was a 3rd level spell slot that I cast. Upon having this spell counterspelled, I'm going to use my movement, which I believe will draw an opportunity attack from Finn.
Correct.
How high is the ceiling in here?
I would say it's probably 30, kind of at its peak.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, I'm going to turn, and in the moment when the blood splashes, I'm just going to instantly turn to run, and I'm going to run at the nearest wall and run up it toward the ceiling. So how far would you say the nearest wall is? Because that'll determine how far up the wall I get.
So it's probably 25 feet.
Okay, so then I get up about 15 feet up the wall, but first I draw that attack from
That
Finn,
is a 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right. That is 8 points of magical bludgeoning damage, as I imagine you just feel like his foot, like right in like your lower back, just whap, kind of whammy in the back there as you're scurrying away.
Let me just check and see if I have any bonus actions. Oh, interesting. Okay, I won't use that yet. Okay, that's all.
All right. That was Geraldine. So, Coriander, it's your turn.
I think that Coriander is now covered in blood. That was just dropped to the floor.
Definitely.
Again. Okay. Coriander begins speaking the tongue of the halfling, which many, many don't know, and the halflings don't share. And a strong wind begins to revolve around Coriander, moving with Coriander, centered on Coriander. In a 10-foot radius around me, which I believe you are in, Geraldine.
I ran away from you guys and ran up the wall.
Oh, I thought, okay, all right, I misunderstood. So I am going to move to the wall that you're at while this wind is building up around me. And I'm casting Warding Wind with the 2nd level slot. It deafens me and other creatures in the area. If there are any torch-sized flames or smaller, they're extinguished. Any vapor, gas, or fog is dispersed, whatever, that doesn't matter. Anyone other than me, this area in the 10-foot radius is difficult terrain. I don't know how that affects crawling on the wall. and attack rolls of ranged weapon attacks have disadvantage if they pass in or out of the wind. The racket caused as the walls begin to shake and shudder sounds like a drum beating, and we'll say that Solita gains bardic inspiration from the sound of the percussive wall. And that's my turn.
Excellent. And I will go ahead and apply the difficult terrain to the situation of moving up the wall. So I kind of picture as these boards are kind of vibrating, they're shaking loose like some of their nails and kind of, pulling away a little. So it's all twisted and bent now, making it not an easy surface to tread.
Well, I also see, that where Geraldine was starting to run up almost effortlessly is now sort of forced into almost like a crawling nature on this sort of warped and disintegrating wall. I love it, but also don't.
All right, that was Coriander. So Solita.
So Solita is seeing Geraldine crawling up this wall. This wind force. It's centered around you, Coriander. So it's like outside of your 10-foot radius. Yeah. Okay. So it's whipping through this room, and so Solita looks up to you, Geraldine, and she says, "Your visage is the most horrendous affront to one's sanity." And as she's saying this, the words, they kind of, only to you, kind of shimmer in your head. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 14, please.
That is a 13 on the die, so that is a 21.
I don't think you take half damage. So I think you just shrug off this insult as it comes in and tries to lash at your mind. I was doing vicious mockery.
You would just be met with a snarl.
All right, and I believe that is Finn's turn next, unless you're doing anything else, Salida.
No, not at this time. I am not.
Did you use the bardic inspiration? I might have missed that.
I don't think I can on this spell unless I can.
Oh, no, you can't.
Okay.
So hearing Salida say these words, Finn's head snaps up to where Geraldine is, and he's actually going to move beyond the warding wind so that he doesn't have disadvantage on ranged attacks. And again, this odd voice that pops and crackles and snarls like a fire slips out of his mouth as the Firebird just says, "You are not an affront to sanity, you are an affront to justice." And Finn snaps both of his hands out, and these two balls of just crackling white fire streak towards you, Geraldine. A 22 and a 27 to hit.
Those hit.
So the first one does 6 points of radiant damage. I don't know if that does something different to you now that you're a vampire. And the second one does 9 points of radiant damage as these two balls of fire just impact against your body. And then I need another dexterity saving throw. How far up on the wall did you say you were? 15 feet?
I made it about 15 feet up.
Cool. So Finn will just again stretch out his hands, and I need another dexterity saving throw.
With the 6 on the die, that is a 17.
Well, tits. That's 6 points of fire damage then, as another sheet of this crackling white fire streaks towards you. Yeah, I imagine sort of at this point, Finn it almost looks like he's burning because he is just lined by this white flame, almost completely overcome by the Firebird's desire to just destroy this abomination. And that is going to be it for Finn.
Okay. So, in true fashion, I severely underestimated how long it was going to take. So we're going to get a little bit creative with how we're going to wrap this up. So, the ability to close some of the wounds is stymied on Geraldine by the radiant damage that was dealt by Finn. With the other vampires having melted back away into the night, Geraldine is overrun eventually by the four of you. When you move to make the dispatching blow, Geraldine once again becomes snow. Blows along the ground towards the open door and out into the night. Through talking with some of the townsfolk, you come to learn of the origin of this crystal lake. Was a arcane library that had been found buried not far under the surface in a cave just outside of town. Though most of the valuables had long since been stripped from it, and the offshoots and doors all having led to dead ends, collapsed tunnels. It shut down and the town stopped booming. You make your way up to this library, and inside you find the tiling on the floor in certain places has been pulled up. Shallow graves have been dug, and dirt from somewhere else has been brought in. All of the vampire creatures that you faced and fought, who had fled, including Geraldine, lay buried beneath this thin layer of grave soil. So, what I would like is for the four of you to describe dispatching this group of vampires, except for Geraldine. I want to save her for last. So what do we see as the haggard group of the four of you stumble in and find this layer?
I imagine that that's a great picture, by the way. That Finn, even during the conversation with the townsfolk, was just pacing, just back and forth. His footsteps just leaving these little flickering footprints of white fire that, of course, are quickly stamped out to avoid setting the Butcher's Block saloon on fire. And he's probably spearheading this as they enter this underground sanctum, this underground lair. And he sort of looks at the corpses, again, feeling the urging of the Firebird. And I think probably for the first time since the Dorathians tattooed or bound this spirit to him, he is realizing just how dangerous she is and just how powerful she is. And he just raises his hands, and just these streams of blinding white flame consume, we'll say, two of the four sort of side vampires, setting them ablaze like just raging pyres, the smell of burning flesh, of seared bone. It is an awful sound, and it is accompanied, I imagine, by this distant screech like the cry of a hawk or of a condor, a very large bird, as the flames sort of die down, flickering dimly in this dark, forsaken place.
And leaving behind nothing more than these blackened skeletons with elongated teeth in their mouth, these twisted visages of what they were in life, that after quickly crumble under their own weight from this intense heat. Anyone else? No?
If nobody else steps forward, yeah, Finn will destroy the rest, to be honest. But go ahead, Megan.
I think if Salida is there kind of cutting down these vampires next to Finn, Ernesto would be slightly behind her and making sure to protect her with these wards, these large playing cards, these ethereal playing cards.
And so while, yeah, it's almost like they're working in tandem, like almost they work so well together, this brother and sister. And while he's protecting her, Salida is lashing out with her daggers, her, trying to find anything to like put an end to some of these other creatures. She pulls out of the loot case a couple of vials, round bottles almost, that have some sparkly liquid in it, and she splashes this on these creatures. It's holy water, and I'm assuming that's going to do havoc to their beauty routine as their face maybe melts and stuff. And I think I don't know if Coriander has some ways to wreck some of these creatures, but at the end, I think Salida would take the last of her holy water bottles and just sprinkle it on the entire ground where these creatures had been before leaving this area. I'll turn it over to Coriander to see what he...
It was Coriander who cast legend lore to get us to this location, I feel. And so Coriander was Coriander, no longer ashamed by magic, has found that their true strength lies in the discovery of the problem, not necessarily the rooting it out. But she stands by you as you dispatch these undead.
And I imagine that right before they leave this area, Selena again pulls out these crude like cylinders, these tubes. She's got 4 of them, at which she places in strategic areas around that room that you showed us. And kind of nodding to Ernesto, she would leave them there unlit, but with the wicks, the fuses pointing like accessible. But she would turn and nod to Ernesto and Coriander and Finnebar, and then leave this area, leaving kind of Ernesto there at the end.
And I think Ernesto pauses there for a moment after people have cleared the area, looking down at these wicks. And he's holding this statuette in his hand, and he looks at it and he shakes his head in sadness, with the memories now associated with this thing, this toy, this that he will never get rid of as long as he has this. So, and as he leaves and as he snaps his fingers and a little spark ignites on the fuse, you see that laying beside the dynamite is this small doll.
And the four of you ascend back out of this cave. Have just enough time to make a safe distance between you and the opening of this cave when there's a horrendous and this plume of debris and smoke shoots up out of the opening to this cave as it begins to collapse in on itself from the dynamite. I believe, Jake, you had a closing narrative
somewhere along the line. I imagine the four of you would return to the Butcher Block Saloon, and upon entering, Finn, you would see Geraldine's 6-shooter lying there near the piano where Salida had disarmed her. And as it's lying there, you can see that the revolver has a mother of pearl handle and is inlaid with it's actually inlaid with a very thin jade dragon, and there is attached to a small ring on the bottom of the butt of the grip a red and gold tassel, only about 3 or 4 inches long, and up near the butt of the pistol there are 2 platinum rings. Picking up this revolver and looking closer at it and examining the rings, Finn, you would see that these 2 platinum rings in themselves, they don't seem to be particularly intricate. Very simple worked ring, smooth platinum, but inside each of the rings are etched a name. One ring says Geraldine, and the other ring says Finnobar.
And I imagine as he's holding this and he's looking at these rings, the Firebird probably left him, or at least diminished within him once the explosion took place. He just looks at these rings, he sits down on the piano player's bench, and he just starts to sob quietly into his hands, just these awful racking sobs, cradling the gun and the rings to his chest.
Those were actually the rings that I would have used for my warding bond spell.
And we pull away from the scene of this tragedy, this horrific event, up and away into the sky as the snow continues to fall down and blanket everything in sight. We pull back, we see the ring of the Caldera, this enormous crater that forms this wild and untamed territory out west from civilization. And that is where we're going to end our tale. So, thank you very, very much for everybody who tuned in this evening. Thank you very much if you are tuning in the future. Thank you guys very, very much for playing in this and for sticking with this. I know it went way over, and we had to get kind of crazy there at the end. But thank you so much for playing. I'm going to toss it over to you so that you can plug what you want. Anybody who mentions a channel, you should be able to find the link to that channel in the description of this video down below. I highly, highly recommend that you go and check out each one of these individuals. They're all very, very obviously talented and wonderful people. So thank you very much. I'm going to toss it over to them so that they can get out of here and I can quit wasting their time. So, first up, we have Barker.
This hasn't been a waste of time at all. In fact, I'm going to take a little more. Is that okay? Is that okay with everyone if I take 2 more minutes? No, God. I just, imagine a Nick Fury sort of post-credit scene where you actually know it's just darkness, and then you hear the sound of crumbling rocks as a tunnel opens up, and through it, bearing a torch, is some small being walking over into the library, the demolished, detonated library, sets the torch down, pulls out a fiddle above the demolished bones of the dead, and begins playing a solemn note, Silent Night. And then it finishes with one never-ending, dissonant, horrible squeal that reverberates through the room. This was always a curse, Coriander was told. No one should wield magic. It's a curse, and those who you use it on become cursed as well. They were hiding it from Coriander. She finishes the note as she casts Raise Dead. I've had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing this game, and I love playing like a weak-stomached halfling. It was kind of cool. I went into it just knowing like, all right, man, you're not going to be able to fight too much, so let's get all the narrative powers. And I was really excited for like hold monster, and then it kind of occurred to me that it might not work near the end, but it was too perfect to not try it. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for running this game. Everyone, you guys are really good players. I think this is Karen. I think this is the first time I've played with you. You're awesome. Jake, of course, I know you're awesome. I think this might be the 3rd or 4th time, Megan. I don't know, but you're awesome. And this is the first time I've ever played with Jason, and this was just a lot of fun. Thanks for running the game, and I want to plug Erasmus Expeditions, and you guys just have a great night.
Thank you, Barker. I appreciate that very, very much. I think this is only the 2nd time that I have managed to get you into a game, and I was very, very happy whenever you suggested or whenever you agreed to come into this, because I know that that you run a lot of horror, so I knew that you would understand kind of the tone and help build it, and you certainly did. So thank you. All right, next up we have Karen.
Hi everyone, I'm Karen. I forgot to mention it earlier. I have a channel called Myth and Gears where we do play some games. We won't be playing anything until after the holidays, but then we'll be back and go for that. This was a lot of fun, Jeremy. Thank you so much. My first dive with you at the helm of the Caldera game, so it was pretty exciting. So I love the horror. I love this kind of thing. So again, thank you. And to all my players, this was a lot of fun. You guys brought some really crazy characters, so I love you. Thank you guys.
Excellent. Always a joy to have you on, Karen, so thank you very much. Again, I chose all of you particularly because I knew that horror was kind of something that all of you were able to do, and not a single one of you disappointed in the least. So thank you very, very much. And next up we have Jason.
Hello. Yes, I am Jason Osorio, and yeah, this was really great, Jeremy. It's been a hot minute since I've played under you, but I am so glad that you did this one shot. Man, just ripping my heart out between you and Jake is just like, it's so sad, but I love it because that to me the bittersweet ending is just, it's especially for one shot, it's just so perfect. Anyway, as far as plugging, I have the YouTube channel Concepts and Characters. Also, probably a little more active is Flipping the Table. It's a podcast that I do with some friends back home in Marietta. We also have a website, flippingthetbl.com. I play a very cantankerous forest gnome wizard named Dorbus, and he is a lot of fun to play. But yeah, check it out. The website has a lot of other streams from the same kind of group of people. It's all set in kind of a shared universe or shared world, so definitely check that out. flippingthetbl.com. But again, thank you so much, Jeremy, for running this. Thank you so much to all the great players. Damn you, Jake, and everybody have a fantastic night. Definitely check out Erasmus Expeditions for sure. Great channel, a lot of fantastic games.
Thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. Yeah, Jason, it's always fun to have you on, man. You always bring an A game. You do a lot of research into the setting that you're going to play in, and you come prepared, and it shows. So thank you.
Actually, seriously, Jason's role playing helped me, being new to Caldera and new to the setting, just get into it. Like it was like, okay, all right, so this is what it is. And everyone did that a bit, but yeah, that was awesome.
Yep, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Okay, next up we have our trader, Jake.
I love anytime I get to use my Foley spurs, which is really just a bag of coins. Yeah, my favorite part of this game was when I decided that Geraldine was going to go down the alley by herself, and Jeremy messaged me privately and said, "Do you want to die?"
I was wondering how that happened privately.
Yeah, because all of you know me really well and know how difficult it must have been for me to sit for close to an hour and not say a word.
That's what I'm saying. I was like,
While
Jake
you
has
guys were
been
looking
so
for
quiet.
me
What the fuck is going on?
So many times I would type something in the chat and I just didn't. I deleted it, even in the YouTube chat, because I didn't want to even hint at what was potentially going to happen. And to be honest, I didn't know where I was coming in. So that was a lot of fun to kind of flip the tables, so to speak, on that one. And the rings, I had the spell prepared, Warding Bond, and said, I'm going to wait and see how these characters are, who develops the close relationship. And Jason and I, this is turning into a thing with us that our characters...
Hopefully Eli and Fel have a better ending than this.
Yeah, sure hope so. I don't know, man. We're in Barovia.
We're in Barovia. It's all going to be terrible.
That might be wishful thinking, but yeah, I knew when things started to go the way they were, I knew how I could use those rings, because they are an item that you have to have on you, to even be able to cast a spell. So they were there. So thank you to Jeremy letting me embellish that little bit at the end. But it was awesome. My first time in Caldera, and I've had the pleasure of playing with all of you. Oh, by the way, I'm Jake from Any Terrain Domain. I stream 1 or 2 D&D games a week on Twitch. And by 1 or 2, I mean 4 or 5, which you can see Megan and Karen in a couple of those, sometimes together. Jeremy's in one of those. Yeah, just Google Mini Terrain Domain. There's a YouTube, there's a Twitch, there's a Twitter. Yeah, I'm glad this game was on a Friday night so that we could just keep going with it. And just kind of play it out to its end, even particularly with this group. I knew there would be no issues when you said, hey, we're going to switch to narrative, because these are just phenomenal role players to play with. So been a blast. And I think, because I've been wanting to run Western for a while, I think I might just run something in Caldera instead of trying to make something up. So something 2020. But yeah, and also because nobody has mentioned it yet, make sure you subscribe to Erasmus Expeditions.
Good call.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Jake. It's actually your second time to play in Caldera. You played it at AtCon this past summer, and you won.
Oh, that's right. Oh. Because I was going to use this in this game, and I forgot because I'm playing the sheriff. That's my sheriff badge that I won from Jeremy in person in the Caldera game, where I got to kill. It doesn't matter how many other people I killed. I killed Bear.
I forgot that both Jeremy and I brought the exact same variety of sheriff's badges for our different games. Like, what the heck? Listen here, you little shit.
I told Jeremy this was going to sit right here, and this is where it's been since AtCon. It sits right here in front of my monitor where I see it all the time.
That's so rad.
And I've completely and totally forgot that I had something prepared for whenever you guys switched. I got so caught up in how behind we were running with time that I forgot to do this.
Oh, that would.
I had made these little graphics for everybody, so that if any of you became vampires, that it could be represented. And I just completely and totally forgot.
Blame it on Megan's counterspell.
It's so true.
And
No.
By the way, you guys had me knocked down out of 120 HP. I was knocked down to 73 after Jason's last attack.
Yeah, man. That
But my
radiant
next
damage.
turn, I would have dumped my entire lay on hands pool and gone right back to full.
God. Yeah, I'm glad that we
Thank
we
you,
decided to
Jeremy.
move into narrative. Yeah, that would have gone on a while. Okay, last but certainly not least, Megan.
Hello, everyone. I'm Megan. And yeah, this was super fun and super spooky, and I love it. I am partial to spooky games. Speaking of which, segue. I run half of the YouTube channel Dice on Ice, and I actually run a Curse of Strahd campaign with Karen and Jason and Jake and Connor, but you know, whatever. But yes, thank you so much, Jeremy, for this game. I had an absolute blast and fantastic job. So, bravo.
Thank you. Thank all of you for agreeing to play in this game and for giving it your all. I know it was a really strange concept with a lot of genres kind of thrown into the blender. So I'm very, very thankful that you all came to this ready to play. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in, and stick around in 2020. I guess is when I'll see everybody next. So. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year, etc., etc., and until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.